Day 3. We're going to go into executive session and then be back to start the public meeting at around 10:15. Do you call the roll? Do you want to call the roll though first, please?
Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Skarziga.
Here.
Board Member Esser.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Shuffle.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here.
Then you have a quorum.
Thank you. So do you want to amend the agenda or do the executive session? I'm a little confused now.
I think we should amend the agenda so you guys can add
First.
your Bisley vote. Yeah.
Okay, please. So I think we need to amend the agenda today because we directed yesterday council to draft an order for modification on Risley International Academy of Innovation. Council has done so, and I'd like for us to vote on it after lunch. I think it'll only take a few minutes, I hope. And could I have a motion, please, to amend the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Thank you. Call the roll, please. Or any discussion? No biggie, okay. Everybody had a chance to look at it, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, where will it come? Will it come
After
after
lunch.
lunch and before the executive session, or after the executive session before the charter review?
I'd suggest right after lunch. What
Sure.
were your thoughts? Okay.
Thank you.
Call the roll,
Except
please.
I think
Do you want to talk about it in exec?
Isabel might want to just take 2 minutes in exec and just explain the order or something. So maybe right after the exec and before the charter review.
All right, we just changed that.
Sure.
So the motion you made has been modified to after lunch and after exec.
I'll accept the change.
Thank you very much. And whoever seconded hopefully does as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Now would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Maramba?
An executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6-4023A2 CRS to confer with an attorney for legal advice regarding the department's contract for legislative consulting services.
Do I have a motion to convene in exec session? Thank you. So we are in exec session now. We expect to be back, I would say 10:30. Given my lateness, I think I'm gonna move that 15 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay, so you want to cut the live stream?
So you probably walk past my classroom every day.
Madam
I have
Chair,
a
it's
great mountain
11:33
view.
a.m. on May 12th, 2022. The board has concluded its executive session. We're back on the regular board meeting record.
Thank you. I will now have recognition of Colorado's 2021 Millikan Educator Award recipient. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very exciting time for us to recognize you. I was able to, Ms. Collins is going to tell you a little bit about what we did, but we are pleased to be honoring the Millikan Educator. And so at this time, I'm going to call Delilah Collins to come forward. She's already forward, and tell us a little bit about this award. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, this morning we will honor Raina Cruz as our 2021 Colorado Millikan Educator. I'll begin by giving you a little background on this award. The Millikan Educator Award provides recognition and an unrestricted financial award of $25,000 to exceptional elementary and secondary school teachers, principals, and specialists who are furthering excellence in schools throughout the country. Each year, without their knowledge, exceptional educators are considered by a blue ribbon panel appointed by each state's Department of Education for the Millikan Educator Award. The Millikan Educator Awards have been rewarded and inspired excellence in the world of education by honoring top educators around the country, not as an accolade for a lifetime achievement, but for the promise of what they will accomplish in the future. The recipients is caught unaware of the news of their $25,000 award, which can be used in any way they choose. On March 17th, Raina Cruz received the 2021 Colorado Millikan Educator Award during a surprise assembly. Commissioner Anthas helped present the award along with Governor Polis and the Millikan Foundation. Ms. Cruz teaches social studies at Northfield High School in Denver Public Schools. In Ms. Cruz's classroom at Northfield, she helps students find their voices and learn how to use them effectively. She empowers teens to play an active role in their education in their student voice and leadership class, which focuses on elevating diverse student perspectives. This effort has led to administrators incorporating student input in making decisions. She meets students on their level and propels them to heights they may have thought to be impossible. Her classroom is a safe space where students feel comfortable taking intellectual risks. Ms. Cruz goes above and beyond to differentiate her instruction, recognizing the importance of data to help students track their learning goals while facilitating discussion and debate. I would now like to present the 2021 Millikan Educator, Raina Cruz, with an obelisk from the Millikan Foundation and have her say a few words.
Hello. I feel so honored to be celebrated for doing what I love. I was completely shocked to find out about the Millikan Award for many reasons. Top 3. 1, it's creepy to have anyone say they've been watching you. 2, talking on command and underprepared in front of 1,500 students, all of your peers, your admin team, people that are dressed very nicely that you don't know, and the governor of your state is terrifying. And 3, because I truly don't think I'm doing anything different from any other educator. Now, I know I only have a short amount of time to hold your attention, so bear with me. That last part of not feeling that I don't do anything extraordinary is not because I am humble and modest. I am from Vegas. That's just not our style. It's because I believe we all play a part. Education is a team sport. I've just played my part as a teacher and a leader. And honestly, I've always been a utility player, but that's another story. I believe that everyone on the team contributes to the success of youth. Bus drivers, paras, our school secretaries, teachers, counselors, administration, families, and community. And everyone in this room working behind the scenes and or in the spotlight is team education. Please continue to work towards creating and innovating policies that drives learning and makes access a challenge of the past. Our youth are the present and the future. And if we can continue to work as a team to empower them to stay engaged and innovate, there's a lot of hope that is yet to come. As a first-generation American, a product of public education, and the first to go to college and earn not just 1 but 2 degrees in my entire family, I didn't need an award to feel good about the work I do, or to know what I do has an impact. Growing and thriving is an award itself, but I am glad that I did win because I have a chance to speak to what I believe, and what I believe in is education. I'm honored to get to spotlight the beauty of learning and share my hope for the future of more equitable practice in providing access to social-emotional support. Our system is not perfect, and nothing is. But if we continue to work as a team with our hearts engaged and minds open, we will succeed. Education is everything. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'd like to commend you for your exceptional work as a model teacher, and we congratulate you on receiving the award. Colleagues, please join me again in honoring Rena Cruz as the 2021 Colorado Millikan Educator Award recipient. Congratulations on behalf of all of us. We have a certificate to present to you and would like to have some pictures taken with you and your representative, Lisa Escarzo. Please. And we'll get out of the way.
Yeah, we have to get out of the picture.
Are we still on? Are we still on? Oh, great, okay. So we now have a presentation for a personally identifiable information request. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like Marcia Bohannon and Catherine Wright to come forward. Thank you. They are our team members who manage the data privacy process. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Bohannon.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice
Good
Chair,
afternoon.
and members of the board. I think it's working. So we're back with another request for some data. And this is really all about how we can get better at our support for struggling schools and the school improvement programs. So Mathematica is the researcher that's asking for data, and we have a representative from Mathematica here with us. And, sorry. Closer. Is that better?
You have to
Yeah,
eat it.
Okay, I can
eat it.
Thanks. So we are going to hear from him as well. And I'm going to get this started. And this is the Mathematica presentation and not the CDE one. But we can start anyway. So what we're going to talk about is, you've heard it before, I'm going to kind of walk through the process of how we got the data request and what we do here at CDE, how we vet it, and then let you know kind of where we are in that status. And then I'll turn it over to our friend here from Mathematica to talk about his side of it, so you can ask him some questions. So the agenda is basically going through that process. We'll talk a little bit about how it fits with FERPA, the compliance nature of it, the benefit to CDE, how we hope to use the results and where the value really is, and how we expect to be able to support districts better after we get the results. And then we'll hear from our senior researcher from Mathematica, and then we'll take questions from you. And that, of course, can come at any time. And let me introduce who I've got here, just so that you know who's sitting next to me, in case I have to phone a friend. Dr. Catherine Wright is, I think some of you have met her, hopefully you've seen her, but she's our data sharing and research manager now, and so she handles all of our data requests, especially the PII requests, and she works with the internal CDE units to make sure that it's, to get feedback from them, basically, from the data owners and the program folks that know the most about the data. And then she coordinates things and works with the researchers. And we have Jeffrey Max here, who is a senior researcher at Mathematica, and he'll be taking on the actual researcher part of this. So he's got the expertise in the good stuff. So what now that's looking a little better.
Yeah.
Almost. Okay, that's all right. It doesn't really matter. They've seen it before, so. As you know, we have various steps in our process. And the first step is when we get a research request that involves PII, we do a lot of internal vetting. So Catherine coordinates a lot of meetings and a lot of discussions with the other folks in CDE who actually know the data better than we do on my team. So that she convenes several group meetings on that. That's also where the AG representative comes in and gets involved in it. So we fairly quickly get to the point where we find out if this is something legal. I mean, is it considered legal under FERPA, so that we don't waste time. So Julie got involved in this one right off the bat, and I guess it'll be her last one, but we won't dwell on that. So at that point, and now we're looking at the slide, but we do things like ask, can we minimize the amount of data that you're requesting from us? Do you really need all the data that you're requesting? And I think this topic came up yesterday at the board meeting a little bit. We do make every effort we can to work with the researcher to minimize the amount of data that we're sharing, just to lower some of the risk. And some of the data that they had originally asked for, like FRL data, we're not allowed to provide that for this kind of a purpose. So we asked and they agreed to take that off the list. So that's just an example of some of the things that we try to do to really get it down to the bare minimum that they need to actually do their research effectively. So it's at this point in the process that we do that. We then move forward. If our internal people have looked at it and they really feel like this is of value, we move forward and sort of put everything together, and then we get to the point where if we still feel like it's worthy of moving forward, talk to the commissioner, make sure she's good with it, and then we set up a meeting with our representatives from the board, which is board members Rankin and Escarcega. And so we had that discussion with them, and in this case they agreed that it should come to the board for discussion. They weren't quite ready to say they all agreed with it yet, but they really felt like it should come forward so we could have like a full, a better discussion on it. And if I've mischaracterized that, you can feel free to jump in, but I think that's where we ended up. So we're sort of at that point right now. We've gone through that, they've looked at it, they did have some questions, and we responded to those after talking with Jeffrey here. So we got those back to them, and we're here in front of you. And this is an information item, just want to remind you of that. We're not asking for a vote today, to give you some time to think about it and hopefully vote at the next meeting. So, I guess I'll use this since we've got it. Now that she's got it up, I should. So if it's approved by you guys in June, then that's when we will put together the data sharing agreements and go through the detailed work of ensuring that the data is protected under, you know, our normal agreements. And they have reviewed those, so they know what the requirements are. So we don't anticipate that that's a problem, but we just don't start that work until after it's approved, because there's no point in doing that. And then as we go forward in time, they conduct their research after we've provided them the data, obviously. And then when they're done with it, it gets destroyed, and we can ask them for a proof of that when that time comes. We also can get copies of the results, and that's really where the value comes in, because what we're hoping to do is learn something from this and use this and get better at our school improvement efforts. And we do have some folks willing to talk about that if you have more details about how exactly CDE wants to, you know, benefit from it and how we can actually make use of the research results. So we can do that later if that's, you know, something of interest for you today. I did already mention that it is compliant with FERPA. What this really is an evaluation of efforts that are already ongoing, and I'll let Jeffrey talk more about the details of that and how it's working. But DPS has been working. They've received this grant for networks of school improvement, and they've been testing out some of these theories. And what this particular effort is an evaluation of how effective that's been, and what we're hoping to learn from that is if we can get some of the tips from the research and from what the actual grant and the work at DPS, how well it's gone, we can apply that more broadly across the state. So that's where the value to us would come in. So, and I think that's kind of, yeah, I talked a little bit about that. There's also some work in it about the sort of underserved kids. So that's where it's mentioned the Under All Means All, which is one of our key initiatives, trying to be able to more effectively support them for improvement efforts. And a little bit more about that. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jeffrey Max, and he is going to tell you more of the details, unless there are any questions. Do you have any questions that I can answer? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Max, go ahead.
Mr. Max.
Great. And is there a clicker I should use for the presentation? Thanks. Great. Thank you for your time today, Chairwoman Schroeder, Vice Chairman Durham, and all the members of the State Board of Education. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about this project. I'll go ahead and get started, and then I can, as the slides catch up, I can.
We're a little behind, sorry.
No problem. So this study is focused on a topic that aligns with CDE's vision that all students graduate ready for college and careers, and its mission of ensuring equity and opportunity for every student. Nationally and within Colorado, there are persistent gaps in the rates at which students graduate high school and enroll in college, and these gaps have grown as a result of COVID. This study is evaluating a strategy designed to support schools and districts in closing these gaps. The study is evaluating the Networks for School Improvement, or NSI, initiative that's funded by the Gates Foundation. The initiative includes districts from across the country, including Denver Public Schools. The NSI approach involves organizations forming networks of schools that test, refine, and scale strategies to increase the number of students who are ready to graduate high school and enroll in college. This work has a particular focus on improving college readiness for students who are Black and Latino and students who are experiencing poverty. The national evaluation of this NSI approach will provide DPS, the CDE, and educators and policymakers more broadly with valuable information about the effectiveness of this approach for improving high school graduation and college enrollment rates. So my organization, Mathematica, is the external evaluator leading this aspect of the study. Mathematica is a nonpartisan policy research organization that has more than 50 years of experience designing and conducting evaluations that build evidence to inform policymakers in the field. Our experience in education includes dozens of projects for the U.S. Department of Education, including large-scale studies of education programs and partnerships with state and local education agencies to support the use of evidence to guide decision-making. We are requesting data for students in Denver public schools where the NSI approach is being implemented, as well as specific schools in 9 other districts that are not part of the initiative. As I'll explain more later, we need data from these additional districts because measuring the effect of the NSI approach requires comparing outcomes for students in NSI schools to outcomes for students in schools that did not participate. While we would ideally make these comparisons within DPS, that is not possible here because all of the district's high schools will participate in the NSI work. It's important to note that we are not requesting any direct student identifiers such as name or date of birth, and the data will have student IDs, but those IDs will be scrambled by the CDE before they are provided to Mathematica. We recognize the important responsibility that comes with collecting this type of administrative data. As a research organization, we take data security seriously. Mathematica meets federal encryption standards for the transfer of data and the storage of data. And Mathematica has multiple layers of security that protect access to our secure drives where the data are stored. The study will also be using data on the implementation of the NSI approach from surveys of school staff and DPS who are involved in the NSI work. This information will be used to understand what aspects of the NSI approach contribute to any effects on student outcomes. And the study has received IRB approval. As an outline for the rest of the presentation, I'll briefly discuss the education problem to be addressed, and then talk about the research questions to be answered by this evaluation and the approach to answering them. And then I'll go into more detail about the data requested to answer those research questions. And of course, happy to have answer questions throughout the presentation.
Excuse me,
And-
Jeffrey. Would
Yeah, I
you like to
wanna
introduce?
Also introduce to my colleagues here from Mathematica who are on the study team joining us virtually, Matt Johnson and Emma Ernst. So they'll be here as well to provide information about the study as needed. Great. So the state's strategic plan sets a vision of having students graduate high school with the knowledge, skills, and experience needed for college and career success. But persistent gaps in high school graduation and college enrollment for Black and Latino students and students experiencing poverty represent a challenge for accomplishing this vision. For example, data from the CDE show that college enrollment rates for Black and Latino students lag behind the state average by about 5 to 10 percentage points. In addition, college-going rates are consistently lower for students from low-income families. The NSI approach is specifically designed to address these gaps. The approach supports schools in testing and refining strategies to ensure students stay on track for high school graduation and college enrollment. The approach builds the capacity of educators to use what's called cycles of continuous improvement. Educators start by understanding the root causes of a challenge and develop solutions that are tailored to the needs of the local context. Then they conduct multiple tests of the strategy, collecting data each time and refining the strategy based on what is learned in each cycle. The NSI approach supports educators in learning how to conduct these continuous improvement cycles and brings them together as part of a network of schools to share and spread what they're learning. While continuous improvement cycles have been used for years in healthcare and other fields, and there's growing interest in their use for education, there's limited research on the effectiveness of this approach in schools, and a lack of research in particular on the features of the approach that are key to making it successful. So this study will address that need by providing evidence on the effectiveness of the NSI approach. This study provides an opportunity for Denver and the CDE to learn whether the NSI approach supports its vision of ensuring students graduate high school ready for college and career success. The findings from the study will be useful for Denver and other districts interested in the use of continuous improvement approaches. For Denver, the study can inform specific decisions about whether to sustain this approach in the district. And more broadly, it can inform the state and district decisions about whether to invest in building educators' capacity to use continuous improvement cycles and the value of bringing together schools for this purpose. And as noted by Marcia in her presentation, the findings can specifically inform the design of the state's Empowering Action for School Improvement initiative. So the study will address the following research questions. What is the effect of the NSI approach on students' on-track outcomes, including their SAT scores, high school graduation, and college enrollment. And given that these NSI grants are 5 years, and because building connections across schools can take time, we will measure how the effect of this approach changes over time. And then, as noted, the study will address whether the NSI approach is effective in addressing gaps in outcomes for specific groups of students. And finally, the study will examine what features of the NSI work are related to any effects on student outcomes. And this is particularly important for informing the design of future efforts. So to measure the impact of the NSI approach, we will compare outcomes for students in NSI schools to students in schools that did not participate in the initiative. As mentioned, we will make these comparisons across districts because all of Denver's high schools will be participating in the NSI work. So to do this, we first identify a subset of districts that have similar characteristics as DPS and similar trends in the relevant outcomes, including SAT scores, graduation rates, and college enrollment rates in the years leading up to the work. We identify multiple districts in this step because it allows us to compare DPS students to students across multiple districts, reducing the likelihood that the programs or policies in a single district will influence the results. Also, it allows us to look across multiple districts to find the school that is best matched for each NSI school. Next, we identify a subset of schools within those districts that have similar characteristics as the NSI schools and similar trends in these same relevant outcomes. We identify multiple schools in this step for the same reason. It allows us to compare DPS students to students across multiple schools, reducing the likelihood that any programs or policies in a specific school will influence the results. And it allows us to look across the multiple schools to find the student that is the best match for each student in the NSI schools. And so at this point, we've narrowed down the list of districts and schools that are the best match for DPS and its NSI schools. And the final step is matching students in the NSI schools to similar students in the narrowed down list of comparison schools and districts. And using student level data improves the quality of our matches and the accuracy of the study's results. The goal is to identify a set of comparison students who look as similar as possible before the NSI initiative began. The better the match between NSI students and comparison students, the more confidence we have that we're isolating the effect of the NSI approach. If we only use school-level data, that would lead to weaker matches because we'd be matching all of the students in an NSI school to all of the students in another school. And we lose the ability to find good matches for each student. And we can no longer match students in an NSI school to students in different comparison schools. So the student-level data improves our ability to match students and thus improves the accuracy of our findings. Once we've matched at the district, school, and student levels, we compare outcomes for NSI students and the two match comparison students to estimate the impact of the NSI approach on student outcomes. We will be measuring the effect of the NSI approach across multiple districts involved in this work. And after we estimate those impacts of the NSI approach, we'll be conducting the analysis I mentioned before that relates any effects of the NSI approach to how it was implemented, providing information on whether certain aspects of the NSI approach are potentially important for its success. For example, we can analyze whether stronger network connections between schools or more frequent continuous improvement cycles are associated with higher impacts on student outcomes. This will be, as I mentioned, particularly important for CDE and other policymakers who are focused on what aspects of this work contribute to its impacts. The NSI work in DPS is focused on 11th and 12th grade students, so our data request is for 11th and 12th grade students during the 5 years of the grant, from 2019-20 through 23-24, through those school years. In working with CDE, we limited our request to the districts and schools that are the best matches for the NSI schools. So we are requesting student data for DPS and selected schools in 9 comparison districts. And so to provide more detail and clarity about what data we're requesting, this table shows the data we're collecting for each cohort of 11th and 12th grade students in the analysis. So because we need to match students based on their characteristics before the grant started, for each cohort, we will use demographic information, attendance rates, and PSAT scores from 10th grade, and their CMAS scores from 8th grade to match students in the NSI schools to students in the non-participating schools and districts. And we are focused on these data elements specifically because the goal is to identify students who look as similar as possible based on any characteristics that relate to the outcomes we're measuring. For example, given that student demographics, such as a student's race, ethnicity, English learner status, are all related to high school graduation and college enrollment, it's important to account for these characteristics when matching. Our goal is to limit the amount of student data requested while including enough data elements to obtain accurate information on the effect of the NSI approach. And so the accuracy of our results depend on whether we account for a variety of factors that could influence student outcomes. The second set of data elements in the table represent the outcomes the NSI approach is expected to affect. So SAT scores, high school graduation, and college enrollment. And we need data on these elements to measure the effect of the NSI approach on these outcomes. So the data request covers these data elements in these grade levels for the cohorts of 11th and 12th grade students in each year of the initiative. So this slide lists the specific variables we are requesting. And as noted, our focus is on two main types of variables: the baseline data that we'll use to match students in the NSI schools to students in non-participating schools, and then the outcomes that the NSI approach is expected to affect. This slide summarizes some of the points I've discussed about why individual level data are necessary for the analysis. Just to summarize, the accuracy of the results depend on the ability to match students in NSI schools to similar students in comparison schools. Matching at that student level accounts for a variety of student characteristics that influence the outcomes we're measuring. And because matching at the school and district level involves balancing multiple characteristics, student level matching within those schools improves the quality of the matches. And given the initiative's focus on improving high school graduation and college enrollment for Black students, Latino students, and students who are experiencing poverty, the student level data improve our ability to measure impacts for specific groups of students. As I mentioned, Mathematica takes data security very seriously. In terms of our approach to data security, our systems and applications meet the federal standards set by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, for the protection of sensitive federal data. We build our systems to this high level of security and privacy to protect data from unauthorized access. We are audited annually for the SOC Type 2 certification, which indicates our consistent application of programmatic security and privacy protections. And we take steps to protect the data at all stages of the work. All electronic data is encrypted in transit and at rest. And when data are transferred to Mathematica, we use a secure file transfer system that meets federal encryption standards. And then once Mathematica receives the data, it's stored on encrypted drives that meet federal encryption standards. And the data remain on our encrypted drives throughout the process of the analysis. No one can access these secure drives where the data are stored without multiple layers of protection. Anyone accessing our secure drive must use multi-factor authentication to access the drives where the data are stored. We require strong passwords that must be changed every 30 days. And access to sensitive data is further restricted with a deny-all approach to accessing the file storage. Project leads must proactively request user access to the file storage. Must request user access to the location where sensitive data are stored, so only staff who are working on the study and have permission from the project director can access the data. And now I'll stop to take questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to ask you a question before. Can you give me an example? Is this about behavior of the adults, or is it something very specific directed to the children, this program?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. So this is about the adults, and the work is focused on training educators in schools to use continuous improvement cycles. And it's sometimes referred to as like a plan, do, study, act cycle. And the idea is that you use a very structured process for improvement. So instead of sort of maybe having different ideas sort of bubble up or kind of not in an organized fashion focusing on improvement, it's a really sort of evidence-driven, structured approach to improvement where you use
As a teacher.
As a teacher.
Thank
yeah.
you. I just was a little confused as to who was improving.
Yeah, it's for the teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Board Member Esser, do you have questions? Oh, sorry. Chomp, chomp, we're hungry.
When we finish swallowing. Thank you very much for the presentation. I did have a question similar to Chairwoman Schroeder. These strategies are then provided by Mathematica?
No, these are strategies that the local schools and district are responsible for coming up with. So the idea is that a big part of this is empowering the educators and the districts to find solutions that work in their setting. So the process, this continuous improvement process, is designed to have them think about what's the root causes of the challenges they're facing, and then they, as a team, the schools and the district, work together to identify and develop solutions that then they test and refine through this process.
So will you also have access, will you also be documenting what those strategies were and how they came to decide which strategies to use?
Yes, there is a part of the study that is designed to collect information on the implementation of the NSI approach. And so there will be information, and that's the information we want to use to be able to say, are there certain aspects, like you're saying, what types of strategies they focused on, or how many times they iterated on an intervention. There are opportunities to see whether those aspects of the work might be related to any impacts we see.
Okay. And then on slide 6, you say you're going to be looking at Black, Latino, and students experiencing poverty. I didn't see free and reduced lunch data in your slides, but I assume you'll be collecting that?
No, so we're not, and here for CDE, we're not able to collect data on free reduced price lunch, so we won't be able to disaggregate the data in the same way to be able to look at the results for those students. We will have the ability to look at it for Black and Latino students separately, but we're not getting student level free reduced lunch data.
So you don't really know if they're experiencing poverty, or are you going by the building rate?
We know the school
Okay.
information. We can use that information to look. I mean, there's some things we can do to try and understand what might be happening there. It's just a lot rougher because we only have school level information and not student level.
Right, and I'm guessing you have to go through and the IRB for each and every district that you're going to be studying.
So we have, so for this purpose, for this request, we had not originally planned to reach out to every district and provide them an opportunity to weigh in. Although we did receive a question about that from the board review panel, and in further discussing that and talking about it, we do think it makes sense to go ahead and reach out to them. And our plan was to give them an opportunity to raise any concerns and let us know if they prefer to opt out, but otherwise to include them in the data.
So, and your IRB is from Mathematica? They went
IRB
through
is
their
it's
own
an
process.
external IRB, but it is our IRB
Right.
that we use for research studies, correct?
And then how will you know which students enroll in university or college?
So we've worked with the CDE to figure out a way to get information that will just tell us whether or not the student ultimately enrolled in college.
Okay.
And I can let them probably talk better about how that works. But we are able to get data on whether the student enrolled in the fall after graduation.
Thank you. I think it's very important information to have, so I would look forward to reading that study once it's finished in 5 years. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Wright, do you want to explain how we know? Because
Certainly, Madam Chair, members of the board. The CDE receives matriculation data from the Department of Higher Education. We need that for accountability reasons. And so I've worked together with the Department of Higher Education they've granted permission for CDE to share that data with Mathematica if you all do approve this request.
but that's only Colorado, or
So
is it nationwide?
It is nationwide. The Department of
Okay.
Higher Education receives the matriculation data from the National Student Clearinghouse.
Great, okay.
So it is statewide.
Okay, thank you.
Countrywide.
Countrywide, thank you.
Thanks.
Board Member Dern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a project founded or funded by the Gates Foundation, correct?
Correct.
And if memory serves me correct, there was a time in the history of the Department of Education here where we had, I think, half a dozen employees that were actually paid for by the Gates Foundation. And at the time, I raised serious objections and suggested those employees be either put on CDE payroll or eliminated. It's my understanding that policy, and I'll ask Dr. Anthus, has continued, that we do not have any employees who are paid for by any other agencies. and/or foundations, 503Cs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I've always been a little suspicious of the Gates Foundation using that level of intrusion and talking about creating a real conflict of interest that you could look for and see in plain sight. That was one. So I've always been concerned about the motives and objectives of the Gates Foundation. And so in this study, can you describe to me what a continuous, give me a very specific example of what a continuous improvement cycle would be? What elements would be in that?
Sure. So just using an example in math, a group of teachers in a high school who are facing a common challenge in teaching students math would come together and try to understand the root causes of that challenge. What is it that's driving students maybe to have trouble understanding a certain concept, or what is it that's continuing to lead to low achievement on certain aspects of math? By understanding those root causes and sort of digging into the information that they have available to understand what's causing that, they then develop solutions or strategies to address it. And in this Network for School Improvement, different schools may come up with different strategies, or schools may have similar types of strategies. Those teachers then test those strategies in their classroom. So they try out a particular teaching instructional practice, or they try a particular tool out in their classroom to support that. And they gather information on how that works in their classroom. And then they bring that information back, all the teachers as a team, they get together, talk about what they found, and decide, are we finding that this strategy is supporting what this challenge we're trying to address? And if it's working but needs some revisions or refinements, they'll revise that strategy. Maybe they take a math instructional strategy and try it a different way, or try teaching a concept a different way, and they revise it and then try that again and test it. And they do these iterative cycles where they continue this process of testing a strategy, gathering information about it, discussing how it went, and then either refining that strategy, or at some point they may decide that they've identified something that works and they can move on to a different challenge. And that's the essential structure of
So
how it
can you
works.
describe to me what one of those strategies might be?
I know that
and while you're at it, do you have to have somebody on site to fully understand a strategy and to be able to put it into understandable English that's so that it's something you could compare? I mean, how granular is your involvement with this teaching cycle? Do you have somebody on site?
So Mathematica is not involved at all in the implementation of this work. So this is Denver Public Schools received the grant to implement this. And so as Denver Public Schools does have coaches who go out to the schools, as our Denver DPS staff, who go to the schools and support the teachers in using this approach. But Mathematica is solely involved as an evaluator.
So the Gates Foundation then is paying for those Denver employees. Are they Denver employees, or are they Gates Foundation? Or I'm not Gates, I'm sorry. Yeah, Gates Foundation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the inner workings within DPS of all the details, but I do know that my understanding is that DPS has coaches within DPS who are DPS. My understanding was that they were DPS staff who go in and support the teachers in implementing this approach.
Okay, and then, so the districts outside of DPS that you're going to get their approval before you use their corresponding high school data, is that correct?
Right, as I mentioned, correct, that our approach would be to reach out to those districts, see if they have any concerns, and provide them an opportunity to opt out if they prefer.
So they would be able to opt out. You have, I presume you've identified those districts, have you?
Correct, we have.
What are they?
Here, let me pull the list. So the list of districts is Adams 12, Adams Arapahoe 28, Cherry Creek, Harrison, Jefferson County, Poudre, Pueblo City, St. Vrain, and Thompson.
Well, I'm sure I'll hear some negatives. Be nice if you kept all the districts, eliminated the districts in the 5th Congressional District would be helpful. Frankly, that'd be Harrison. So I really hate to have my phone ring with those kinds of sharing of PII data. Now, Ms. Bohannon, it's my understanding that, so there will be no names associated with this data.
Correct.
No addresses, no parent status or information.
Correct. There will be masked IDs, so they can identify a student and follow that student through,
Right.
but no actual names or details.
Okay. And so then the ultimate purpose of this is in 5 years to see if something that's been done in DPS yields a substantially better result than something else that was done in DPS, or than when comparing that group to a non-DPS group.
Correct.
Okay. And if I understood from the chart, the only data that you'll be getting is essentially, you won't be getting free and reduced lunch data.
Yeah.
So but you'll get race or ethnicity, English language learner, going to do this from memory, test scores on 3 or 4 of the different tests, and there's that one chart. Yeah, that's the chart. So that's all the data they get, is that correct?
Right. Those are the types of data we're requesting, and then this slide shows you the specific data elements that within each of those areas.
Okay. All right. I think that covers my questions at the moment. Thank you.
So now to our 2 experts on this. Board Member Escarzaga
Thank you, Madam Chair.
first.
So it actually, just short of the statistical analysis, that was like an IRB presentation. I was like, wow, okay. Please, I was hoping you weren't going to get into that, so that's helpful. Who do you use for your IRB?
It's called HML. I can have it provide you the name.
I'm
of it.
assuming they're tied with some university or some place.
Yeah, I don't know the details. I can definitely provide you information about the IRB. It's an independent IRB that
Okay.
we use for our federal studies and
I
for a
got you.
variety of different types of studies.
Okay, very good. And just to clarify then again, that this national grant was given to Denver. You are not a part of the NIH. You have nothing to do with that. You were hired as the external evaluator. One of my questions initially was, well, when Denver received this funds, they would have agreed to an evaluation. Why are they not doing it or giving it? And my understanding is Gates is funding a larger study on top. Denver can still do what they need to do and still get the money and everything. This is not dependent on this evaluation. But this idea of being able to generalize these kind of findings to more schools and districts, that the department would like to have this, and the department and the commissioner have agreed they would like to know this information because it is a part of the school improvement turnaround actions that the department is pushing and supporting districts with. So it would be very helpful for us to know if what we're doing is effective. So that's where that caught my attention and really put me, well, okay, I'm good with this, because I tend to, I was on that district side and it was like, no, I don't want to get that data for you. Do I have to? That was more my sense. And we had lots of questions about how you were going to control for the extraneous variables and just things that happened, particularly the pandemic. But this study, they have not started the process yet?
The study itself?
Yes.
No, at this point, we're just requesting permission to collect the data.
Has Denver started their work? Okay, all right. Because I think there was just some verb usage somewhere that I caught that was like they're going to, but they are doing it right now. Okay, so we had lots of questions. You answered all those technically. And so that, I would say, is why we brought it forward. Yet we believe that it is worth doing. And the department agrees that the amount of work on their part is worth the value they intend to receive. So we supported it. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin.
Thanks,
Expert
Madam
number 2.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I was the second half of the team, right? My major concern, because I was on this committee, is PII, and I thought, Mr. Max, you did a great job of talking about how secure this data is, and that has to be our number one concern, regardless of what the outcomes. Although we like it, we like what you're doing, and as long as it's accepted within the districts, and CDE has talked about it. I just have a concern about the pandemic because of the information gathering. I mean, you can go back to 2015 and look at some baseline. How disruptive of that, if the students are learning so differently in that time, I would think it might disrupt your whole process. So could you just address that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. So one of the main ways that that COVID has impacted the studies is just in part that there are certain years for which outcomes, we're not able to measure some of the outcomes that we had hoped to. But in terms of the study design, if we were just to look at Denver itself and to look at its outcomes and how they change over time, that would be a major issue because those outcomes would have been affected by COVID as well as by the NSI potentially. I mean, we wouldn't have been able to disentangle that. And by using a comparison approach where we have a set of comparison schools and students and districts where they provide, on average, an estimate of what has happened in terms of COVID. And so by accounting for or having these comparison schools, it provides us a way to account for those changes that might have occurred due to COVID. The other thing we plan to do is include information about whether district and school were online in terms of their approach. And having that information will help a lot too to help account for and control for possible differences that happen as a result of that approach.
Yeah, thank you. That's and the other thing I'll just add, if I had to change my passwords every month, boy. Thank you.
Thanks.
Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask, for those of us who have never worked in the field of IT security, can you touch upon your protocols for data safety for PII? But I think Ms. Bohannon covered that, so my board colleagues did a good job of covering the topics I would have asked about. Thank you.
Thank you.
You weren't able to listen, okay. My question is from staff, is what is the name of the strategy that we've been encouraging districts to implement? And are they only districts who are on the clock?
Madam Chair, I'm going to steal a word.
Please.
Madam Chair, one of the things that we've heard from districts when they are identified is that it is helpful for the department to convene districts working on similar issues. So this networked of school improvement community approach is to say, I'm a school that is struggling with outcomes for English language learners. Convene us as a cohort to discuss our strengths and challenges and share ideas. We'll go back and implement those strategies and track and monitor the progress. So that's the one of the approaches that we've heard from the field is helpful for us, is to help connect districts working on similar challenges. And that is what DPS has done with their high schools, is to get high schools together to come up to say, what are some of our common challenges? Let's go back to our sites and implement our individual strategies, but come together as an accountability network and sharing network. And so that's part of one of the approaches to school improvement that we've tried to put in place in the past few years.
School improvement across schools or for schools that are on the clock? I'm just trying to get a sense for how analogous is what we've implemented in our state to what is the federal program that DPS has been granted for.
Madam Chair, we are targeting schools and districts on the clock, though we would like to move earlier on the clock to prevent them advancing on the clock. And grouping them by common challenges. So if they're identified for having low graduation, grouping them together to study those graduation rates. Or if they've been identified for outcomes for literacy, grouping them together to study literacy ideas and convening them in those cohorts, we
Okay.
call them.
So this would provide perhaps some additional information for the strategies that we have been encouraging districts to actually grow. First it was on the clock, and now we're talking about folks that are getting there. Okay, thank you, I
that'd be
appreciate
great.
that. Did you have another question, Mr. Durham?
No, I just, if we're about done, I just have a statement whenever it's
Okay.
appropriate.
Any more questions? Board Member Rankin?
I just have one more. Thank you, Madam Chair. Your encryption standards sounded great. I just wonder what your company, Mathematica, has had in terms of breaches. Have you had any?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Board Member Sheffel, I know you've
Sorry, I
catching
slipped
up.
in here kind of midway in the conversation, but I just had a quick question. So this is about NSI, right, to see how effective it's been. And then in your slide deck, it says which students. So in terms of PII, you addressed this likely before I got here, Ms. Bohannon, but to what extent is it identifying individual students?
Yeah, so we're requesting individual level data, but we're not requesting any direct identifiers of students. And any student ID, the student ID we receive will be a scrambled student ID. So we won't be able to identify any individual students based on that.
But and so you'll be able to tie that back to demographics or?
Right, so for each student, we're collecting data on demographic information and on outcome data for them so that we can first match students and identify students that are a strong match for the analysis and then measure their outcomes.
And when you say demographic data, are those listed somewhere, the variables?
Yeah, they're listed here on this side.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Board Member Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's just fair for me to say in advance that when this comes up for a vote, I will oppose it, and I will oppose it for the following reasons. One is the motives of the Gates Foundations and their involvement in public education has, as far as I'm concerned, at a very minimum been disruptive. Their enormous financing of and push for Common Core, which resulted in very little, if any, gain in learning, but did result in an enormous disruption and loss of confidence and trust in public education. I don't know that this is likely to yield another set of Gates recommendations that will become the be-all, end-all, financed by millions of dollars of public relations and attempt to buy their way into the public systems as they did at the time by placing employees actually in CDE, some of which were actually in supervisory positions, which was completely inappropriate. And finally, I think some of the recent revelations about the founder and his associations with deceased people raise questions about the foundation, and I fully intend to vote no against this and advocate strongly against it. Well, I don't know that the data, and I don't think you know it, if the data is going to be at all relevant, but is it something that I want to be positioned to be pushed on by the enormous resources of the Gates Foundation to unsuspecting or public schools that really object to using these kinds of strategies. So I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you very much for the presentation. We're not voting. We're not
No
voting today.
No voting.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Colleagues, can we go to the next item before lunch? Is anyone passing out as yet? Early Literacy Grant Awards. What? I think that was the decision, and that was not my decision.
We always just
Yeah.
go through the process, and you always like to have an information
one
item.
month, vote the
But
next
if you
month.
want to,
Oh, no, I was sniffing.
yes, you can. They don't have to come back for a vote if you want.
Negative twice.
No, I don't want to, I don't want to vote at the present time because unless you want some other rather unpleasant comments about Gates to come out now, it's
We
okay with
also,
me.
I think Deb is probably not ready to vote.
I'm going to give the Gates people.
You are ready to vote? Okay. Somebody want to make a motion then? No. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
You're standing between us and lunch,
That's a lot of pressure.
so you probably won't believe me when I say I'm happy to see you both. Is this your last hurrah?
This is my last hurrah. This is it.
All retirements have been canceled
Yes.
for the two people who are before us.
And Madam Chair, I will let them do their presentation, but I do just want to say a few words before we ask them to leave.
What?
We're going to let them do their presentation, but then I want to say a few words before we ask them to leave.
Before we
That's
eat?
okay. Yes.
Then you will be the one who is between
Then I
us.
will be the one, yes.
Commissioner, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item on the agenda is approval of the Early Literacy Grant Awards, and we have Dr. Floyd Cobb and Dr. Melissa Colsman here, and this is Dr. Colsman's last board presentation, unless you add anything to the agenda today that is in her area. Please don't do that,
Let
though.
me think. Let me think.
So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Commissioner Anthus, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board. We're here this afternoon to provide just a super high-level update on the early literacy grant, as well as to present to you recommendations for the Early Literacy Grant Professional Development Awards. Just by way of background, the Early Literacy Grant, as you can see from the text on the screen, has a number of different elements to it. However, all of them are designed in such a way to focus on providing funding for additional support in the science of reading. Today, we are here to present the recommendations for the professional development grant. The professional development grant is a little bit different than the comprehensive early literacy grant, which is a grant that the comprehensive early literacy grant is one that occurs over multiple years. The professional development grant is a grant that occurs just over 1 year. The sustainability grant is actually tied to the comprehensive grant, so those two are together, but the literacy professional development grant is slightly different. In terms of what the grant does, it'll provides funding for allowable uses in terms of professional development, additional on-site coaching, training related to the advisory list of instructional programming, as well as training related to the assessment list, the READ Act approved assessment list. You'll see on this particular table here where things are with respect to the Early Literacy Grant Program overview in general. The Early Literacy Grant, the comprehensive, which is the top three, will give you a little bit of background in terms of the cohorts. And then below there, you'll see the information related to the professional development grant. And so today, we are here to provide or present to you rather the recommendations for the professional development grants. We received 12 applications for $570,000, and the department is recommending approval for 11 applicants in the professional development grant for $545,000. And you'll see that they come from 4 rural or small rural districts, 3 urban school districts, and 1 application from the Charter School Institute. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you to see if there are any questions.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I move to approve the Early Literacy Grant Awards as presented by staff today.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right. Let me start with Board Member McClellan. Do you have any questions or comments?
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
I understand the professional development for future instruction, possibly in advanced READ Act PD. But on these grants in the future, after this August deadline with READ Act, can we make rule that has to be, the teachers have to be trained at least at that level in order to award the grants? I mean, this is just one, but I know there's a whole bunch of them in reading. Do you have any idea?
Madam Chair, Board Member Rankin, in terms of whether or not it's allowable in rule, I'd have to defer to someone else to be able to answer that question specifically. However, in terms of a matter of process, certainly in terms of our presentation materials, we would be glad to be able to do it. Dr. Colesman can answer that question,
I would
actually.
love to be able to contribute to this rather than going along for the ride. So, yeah, actually, we did a quick review of the statute following the presentation in April for the comprehensive grants. And actually, in statute, it does indicate that, and maybe you guys can look, that only funding can go to schools or districts that have completed the READ Act training requirement. So there is really not a need in rule because
That's
it's
nice.
already in statute.
Thank you.
Unless someone with a law book and a law degree will dispute me.
I don't disagree, but even if it weren't in statute, you have the authority to add it by rule. So either way, the answer is yes, one way or
Right,
the
the
other.
question is whether we have to add it or whether it's already there.
Yeah,
I
and
think
that,
that's your question.
That's fine. But I also am wondering, this is, with this particular grant right now, before August, this is fine. But I'm just looking ahead and anything related to reading, when he gets done underlining the important parts.
Sorry?
This is just one of the grants, but that would go for any reading-related grant. In other words, they can't say, I haven't done anything, can you give me the money so we can start taking the training? I wouldn't like that one.
We'll do the best we can, and I'll get an answer for you soon.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
No problem.
Board Member Skarziga, questions, comments? Sure. Board Member Durham?
No questions, thank you.
Board Member Esser?
No questions, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Board Member Sheffel?
Just had a quick question. I think the answer is yes. But when you look at all these applications and use a rubric to figure out who the grantees will be or who you're recommending, is that all aligned with the science of reading and such? I mean, so we're not getting mixed messages, stacking something on that might be incompatible with what people have already learned?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Board Member Sheffel, absolutely. Absolutely.
I figured the answer was yes. Thank you.
Any further questions? Call the vote?
You got it.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McCullen.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Commissioner, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to get through this. But this is Dr. Colesman's last time with you presenting in front of you. I can't say enough about her. I can't say enough about how supportive she's been of me as commissioner. Melissa's probably one of the first people I met at CDE because when I was a consultant, I helped her write some grants, and so I'm just going to miss her at the board meetings. But every time else, we do have a party for her and John Penn scheduled for Wednesday afternoon, the 25th of May. So there'll be more time to see her, and I do want to just say that we have appointed Dr. Cobb in her position. So I'm very excited about that. I am not worried at all about anything skipping a beat, but I will still miss Melissa in her role. And so on behalf of the board and us, we wanted to give you some flowers for your last board meeting.
Thank you very much.
Speech.
Well, yeah, I really would. Well, first of all, I'm very touched. I'm touched by that response and beautiful flowers. My cats will love them. First of all, you all know just what an amazing person Dr. Anthus is, and I've seen her take this department from a place where there was a lot of chaos, a lot of challenges, and she's turned this department around. It's a great place to work. It makes me sad to leave it, but I would rather leave when I'm really happy than for other reasons. So, but just want to thank you, Katie, for all of your leadership and your support. And it's really been an honor to be able to work with each of you, to be before you and with so many different items. You have made me smarter and had to be, helped me be at the top of my game because of your dedication. And so thank you for your service to Colorado students. I know this requires more than 2 days a month, as Dr. Esser has noted. This does require a significant amount of your time and energy, and I've seen each of you put in due diligence to make sure that you are researching and you know all of the background of everything you need to vote on. So, and then I also want to express my congratulations to Dr. Cobb. You are in very good hands, and I wish you the very best, my friend.
Thank you, Melissa, and we wish you the very best. Let us know what retirement's like, because we haven't figured it out.
Driveway drinking has moved to Thursday.
Okay, Thursday. Give me the address. Okay.
All right, I think we need to have a motion for exec session.
So the executive session has
Yep.
been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6-402-382 CRS to confer with an attorney for legal advice regarding Ascent Classical Academy of Durango, First Durango 9R School District Charter Appeal, and for any discussion on the Risley Innovation Order.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to go into exec session? Thank you. So what, we'll get our lunch?
Okay. Good. All right.
No, I would, yeah, if you didn't, yes. Colleague, we heard updates yesterday from the Pueblo 60 School District about its 3 schools under directed actions. The district has requested that we modify our 2021 order on Risley International Academy of Innovation to extend partial management by relay. In a motion, we voted 6-0. Somebody was, oh, Steve, you were gone, okay, to approve that request and directed council to draft an order modification. That draft is now on board docs. We received a copy of it. Counselor, do you want to give us a short overview?
Of course. Thank you, Chairwoman. This is a very brief order modifying your 2021 order, which in turn modified your 2018 order on Risley. So this directs the Pueblo 60 School District to extend Relay's partial management of Risley for another school year through the end of the 22-23 school year. It asks the commissioner to send the SRP to Risley next spring, the spring of 2023. And if Risley gets a priority improvement or turnaround rating on the 2023 SPF, then you will be prepared to have a rehearing in the 23-24 school year. I hope that aligns with the motion you passed yesterday.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I move to approve the order as posted on board docs.
For
Risley?
Academy.
Do you want me to read the order?
No, just the include the name in the motion, please.
I move to approve the order extending partial management of Risley International Academy of Innovation in the
Perfect.
Pueblo School District number 60.
Thank you, that's perfect. Do I have a
As posted
second?
on-
Second.
Colleagues, any further discussion, questions? Call the vote, please.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga?
Yes?
Board Member Esser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. All right, the next item is a charter, charter appeal. State Board of Education will now conduct a hearing in case number 22-CS02, the appeal of the Ascent Classical Academy of Durango versus Durango 9R School District. During this hearing, the board is acting in its capacity to hear appeals of charter schools and will hold an appellate hearing under the relevant charter school appeals law 22-30.5-108. I'd ask the person chosen to represent each party to enter their name in the record along with the party they represent. Please also introduce persons you have designated to answer questions of board members. Only the individuals identified by the parties have the opportunity to address the board. First, however, the district has filed a motion to dismiss the appeal, and the state board has reviewed and considered the briefing on this issue. Do I have a motion regarding the request for dismissal?
Madam Chair, I move to deny Durango School District's motion to dismiss the appeal filed by Ascent Classical Academies.
It's a proper motion. Thank you. Call the vote, please. Any comments on that? Call the vote, please.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Escarzaga?
Yes.
Board Member Esser?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. So I would still appreciate the introduction of the parties, please. Oh, please come forward, yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
The role of the state board is to consider only those issues raised in the notice of appeal. The board has been provided with a record of appeal. References to documents or testimony not present in the record of appeal will not be considered by the board. In relation to those issues contained in the notice of appeal, the board will apply the following standard of review following oral arguments. The board will decide whether Ascent Classical Academy of Durango, as the appellant, has demonstrated that the local board's action is contrary to the best interests of the pupils, school district, and community. Could you introduce yourselves, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. May I ask first, would you like us to stand when addressing the board or be seated?
No, thank you.
I see lots of people saying no, please don't stand. My name is Scott Gessler. I'm the attorney representing Ascent Classical Academy here today. With me is Ms. Stacy Bowman. She's a Director of Legal and Human Resources. And in the audience as well, we have Ms. Kim Gilmartin. She's the Director of New School Development and Community Outreach on behalf of Ascent Academy. I'll be the one addressing any questions asked by the board.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jonathan Farrow on behalf of Durango School District 900.
Thank you. The hearing will proceed as follows. Ascent Classical Academy, the appellant, will have 20 minutes to present its arguments uninterrupted. Then Durango School District, the appellee, will have 20 minutes to present its arguments uninterrupted. State board members will then have 15 minutes each to ask questions of the parties. Each member may use their entire 15 minutes, may reserve a portion of it, or may cede a portion of that time to a fellow board member. The appellant, Ascent Classical Academy, will have 5 minutes for a closing statement. The appellee, Durango School District, will then have 5 minutes for closing statement. The board will deliberate and render its decision. We'll adhere to the maximum time limit. Each segment will be timed. You'll be notified by Ms. Maramba when you have 5 minutes remaining of your allotted time. Are there any questions from the local board or council about our process?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we'll now call Ascent Classical for their initial presentation.
Thank you very much. So on behalf of Ascent Classical Academy, this appeal here today is brought because the Durango School District chose not to review or consider the application submitted by Ascent. What we're asking for today is that Durango follow the law and its policies and give Ascent a prompt review of the charter. We're not asking for approval of the charter application. And we're not asking for a review on the merits. We're asking that the process begin, and we're simply asking for fair consideration in this case, and like I said, a prompt review without delay. I have asked to be passed out to you a copy of the relevant state statute, section 22-30.5-107, as well as the district policy. The policy is part of the record, but I'm hopeful that having the printed copies in front of you may be a little bit easier. I'd like to first start off with just explaining sort of what the policy is that we're discussing today. So if you look at the policy where it says relations with district charter schools, under section A, the third bolded paragraph, it says in accordance with this regulation, district charter school applicants shall submit an application to the district by August 1st, and we have emphasized the word by as it's used there. If you look at the fourth page, under where it says submission procedures, there it says on or before August 1st of the year preceding the proposed opening of the district charter school, the applicant shall submit. So in one instance, the policy says by August 1st. Another instance says on or before August 1st, the application has to be submitted. And in this instance, the applicant, Ascent, submitted its charter application in February of this year for consideration for the next school year, meaning 2023, the start of 2023. Under the statute, I think our first point of contention is that this policy is legal under Colorado law. It's absolutely appropriate. It follows Colorado statute. And Durango, as well as many other school districts across the state, have the discretion to set a policy that says on or before August 1st, or on or before another date, or by another date, and to create a window where the deadline for the application, the deadline ending of that window falls between August 1st and October 1st, inclusive of those two dates. So for the relevant statutory authority, I'd ask that you turn to Section 107. And of course, I've included a written copy there. And Section 107, subsection 1B. The third sentence of that starts the fourth line down of the copy that I handed out. It says a charter applicant must file its application with the local Board of Education by a date determined by the local Board of Education to be eligible for consideration. So the statute says you have to submit it by a date determined by the Board of Education. Not on a date, but by that date. So that sort of tracks the language that Durango uses in its district. And then the next sentence talks about when the application is considered filed. And then the next sentence says the date determined by the local board. And that references where it says by a date determined by the local board in the first sentence I read to you. The second sentence says the date determined by the local Board of Education for filing of application shall not be any earlier than August 1st or any later than October 1st. And that's exactly what Durango did. It had that date, the by date, the due date, the end of the deadline, on August 1st. And we believe that's really the only reasonable way to read this statute. Because for two reasons. One is the statute specifically references the by date that the school board has to set. And then it says that by date has to be between August 1st or on August 1st up until and including October 1st. To read it any other way would essentially mean that school boards are only allowed to ever accept applications on only one day of the school year. So if one were to read that second sentence in isolation, in other words, the date determined by the local Board of Education for filing of application shall not be any earlier than August 1st or later than October 1st, that sentence says the date determined. Well, if the date is the application date, that means school boards across the state are only allowed to accept an application on one day out of the school year, and that day must fall between or on August 1st up until October 1st. And that's not the way any school board has interpreted this, to my knowledge, or the state board. School boards retain the flexibility to set a window with a due date, with a by date. And that's exactly what Durango did here. And this uses very similar language or similar approaches with school boards across the state. And I'll certainly represent, and I have handouts if you want them, but I'm certainly not insisting. But if you look at, sort of, for example, Byers and Deer Trail and Greeley and Sheridan, St. Vrain and Cortez, those school districts, they all use either by August 1st or their policies say on or before August 1st, or sometimes they say both. Westminster and Ignacio both say by August 15th. They have a by date of August 15th. Summit, Adams, District 11, and Weld, RE-5J, have by September 1st. So they all set their deadlines. One of the things I think that's very important, and I know there's been argument that Ascent is trying to force an issue or force the school board, is that this school board, as it stands, is legal. But at the same time, school districts have wide discretion to set the window for applications. So in this case, Durango's not set a earlier date. That date would logically be at the beginning of the year, the year before. But if you look at some school districts, for example, 27J in Adams County, their policy says no earlier than August 1st and no later than August 15th. Of course, that's a school board that has enacted a different policy, and that policy is perfectly appropriate and legal under the statute. Thompson School District, they say no earlier than August 15th and no later than October 1st. And that's absolutely appropriate as well. And then, of course, you have school districts that have set actually just one day out of the school year. They do that for policy. Boulder is only on October 1st between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. Adams is only on September 1st between 8 and 4 p.m. Harrison School District, it says shall be October 1st. And Poudre says on August 15th. So basically, the Colorado statute affords school districts lots of flexibility. And the policy that Durango has officially enacted fits within that discretion and is perfectly legal under Colorado law. And so that's our first point, is that Durango's allowed to do this. It's not illegal And Durango has that flexibility, just as other school districts across the state. Our second request is that then Durango follow its own policy. So policies are, they exist, Durango's exist, to essentially treat everyone equally under the law. You want to provide notice to people. You want people to have certainty. And that's why districts and other government entities adopt policies. So we know that we're treating people equally under the law. And the official adoption of a policy also has other important ramifications. I would submit, as this board knows, when you create a new policy, you do that in an open meeting, and you do that with votes by elected representatives who take input from constituents and who are held accountable for their votes, and that's very important. And the public input in particular is important because entities provide notice, and then the public is allowed to comment on it if they choose, and that includes families for school, families with students who go to school, families with students who aren't in a school district. It includes stakeholders such as charter schools and other members of the school community. All have input in these policies. So an official policy is more than simply notice to the public. It also includes input from the public and thorough consideration of the pros and cons of a policy. I recognize the public doesn't always show up at these as much as we would like, but the public always has the opportunity and at least can consider whether or not it's important enough for them to show up. And that's important. And that's why policies matter. And in this case, Durango enacted that policy. Let me also point out that the school board, of course, can change its policy. I walked through a sort of a litany of different policies that different school boards have accepted, have enacted, and Durango can do the same thing. With respect to the policy, sort of equal treatment under the law, and I know that's a sort of highfalutin way to say you treat people fairly and equally. And I understand there's controversy with respect to our saying this, but several years ago, the Juniper School in Durango did apply, and we believe that this board can take judicial notice of something that's in the public record of how Durango has acted in the past. And by the same token, Ascent should be treated similarly, where they're allowed to apply on or before August 1st in the school year. With respect to changing the school policy, again, schools have adopted many policies. And in this instance, Durango was fully aware that Ascent sought to apply earlier than August 1st or a fall window. And Ascent definitely worked to reach out to the school district and the school board. I believe they first reached out in the summer of last year and more formally provided notice in December. And there was a number of communications and correspondence. And I submit that was an effort by Ascent to sort of work in a collaborative way. They wanted to provide Durango ample notice of what they were up to. The board, Ascent, sort of framed its conversations with the school board in sort of a joint action. You don't want to, Ascent doesn't want to sort of walk into a school board and say, hey, you must do this, pound their fist on the table. They've wanted to work with Durango from the start. And I think that's important because it shows that Durango, had plenty of notice of Ascent's intent and interpretation. And Durango, in our view, certainly had the ability to provide notice to the public and change its policy if it so chose fit to do so. But it ultimately didn't. In its official capacity, it stayed with the policy that it has. We think that requiring the school district to follow the law, the statement from the board here saying the school district's policy follows the law, and requiring the school district to follow its policy to provide sort of a prompt consideration of Ascent's district is definitely in the best interests of the pupils and the community and the school board. So in an obvious sense, it's in the best interest certainly of the school board here and across the state to say that the policy is legal, that it fits Colorado law, and that school boards have that discretion to be able to set those windows and have broad discretion to be able to do that. Secondly, it's important for Durango to follow its own policy, treating people equally. And we'd also say that a failure on the merits, a failure to provide a prompt review, is certainly not in the best interest. Prompt review does provide the best interest. This school board considered assent. In fact, it had been here before with respect to Boulder and had asked for a review. And again, we're only asking for a review. We're not asking for a decision on the merits here. And that was in the best interest for a school district to review. And in this instance, I've used the word prompt in a few instances. So why does why is it in the best interest, not only from a procedural point of equal treatment and following policy and following the law, but the reason assent applied in February, the before August 1st part of that policy, is because more time is better. There's a lot of startup activities that go with a school. I mean, hiring a school leader, developing the school facility, hiring faculty and staff, accessing CCSP funds. I mean, it just creates a smoother, more successful opening, and that's definitely in the best interest of pupils and the community and the school district, because what we're all here to do is provide high-quality education to children. And look, Assent submits that it's a good model. It's tried and tested, and it's been recognized as a high-quality education, and that this school in particular will succeed because, in part, it has support from Assent Classical Academies, and it's a replication model. It would be the only classical education opportunity in all of Southwest Colorado, and in fact, there's been hundreds of statements of interest from families, many who are not in the public school system currently. They're either in a private school or they're homeschooling. Now, I understand that's the merits, and ultimately Durango, if they review it, may disagree with all of that. We understand that. But what we want is the opportunity to just be able to make our case, and to get that review in a prompt fashion. Had the review been started, we would have completed the 90-day period by now, and we would have more clarity and be able to engage in those discussions under the merits. But at this point, we're still talking about the procedures. I know the district has mentioned a couple things why it's not in the best interest. The two arguments, my understanding, that they've provided is that Assent shouldn't be at the front of a line, and that the school board has to consider all these applications at the same time. I'm fiddling with my phone. I apologize. I want to make sure I don't run over on my time.
There you go.
But that's 5
I still
minutes
have 4
remaining.
minutes and 50 seconds,
Yep,
I
you're
think.
correct.
There's no evidence that there's actually other schools applying currently in Durango, and certainly if that were the case, Assent is willing to work in a collaborative way to ensure that Durango's needs are met. And certainly these reasons were never given to Assent to begin with as to why Assent could only apply on August 1st. So we just don't think that those are strong rationales. So what we're asking here today is basically a remand with instructions for the board to begin its review process. We understand that under the statute, Durango is going to have 30 days to do a full review of this. And I want to just talk about that just a little bit. The school district already has a DAC, and we're not sure how much training has occurred yet or where their preparation or what they've done over the last several months, recognizing that Assent is coming down the pike. But I would say this, even if the school district's done nothing to date, Assent shouldn't sort of suffer from these delays. And there are, from a practical standpoint, there are sort of practical ways to move this review along rapidly. So for example, CSI, they do reviews of charter applications on behalf of school boards or DACs. They've done this in the past. They do it for a nominal fee. I don't exactly know what nominal means, but I'll be trusting of CSI that it doesn't break the bank. And they can also provide representatives on the DAC to assist. And they've regularly done that in the past, and they're available to do now. I mean, CSI in particular is an efficient option because Assent Classical Academies has submitted applications in the past that have been reviewed by CSI. So although the Durango school is not going to be identical, of course, to the other schools that Assent supports, it will nonetheless be similar. And so it'll be very efficient in that instance. But CSI is not the only one. Colorado League of Charter Schools provides assistance and support to school districts, as does the Colorado Association of Charter School Authorizers, and they all provide trained reviewers, whether to take a small role or a large role. So that's very possible to do in this time frame, and Ascent wants to move forward, of course, but Ascent also wants to be able to understand the views that, following a formal review, how Durango views that. And that's important not just for Ascent, but for the hundreds of families who have expressed support and are very interested in returning to the public school system as part of a charter school, because the classical academy models will be the only one in Southwest Colorado. So we understand Durango may not agree with those points, but we think certainly what's important here is that we get a fair review, and we get it done soon rather than later. That Durango's policy be deemed legal under the law, and that Durango follow its policy as well. I have been told by Mr. Peters that the statement where we can reserve our time is a typo, apparently pretty big typo. I will not ask to reserve my time. I do see my time's almost up, but I certainly welcome any questions. And I want to thank you for your time here as well this afternoon. Thank you.
We'll now call on Durango School District for their initial presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the State Board. This is not a typical charter appeal. It's about the timing, not the substance, the timing of a charter school application. And it concerns, from the district's perspective, an applicant's attempts to force a local board of education to review an application 5 months before the locally set deadline. In accordance with state law, the Durango School District 9R set a filing date of August 1 for charter applications. Last year, Ascent Classical Academy of Durango asked to apply early. The school district declined. It declined to grant Ascent a special exemption from its policy. Ascent then went ahead and submitted its application earlier this year anyway, and took the position that it could demand early review. To resolve this apparent and obvious, actually, dispute about the timing of Ascent's charter application, the school district filed a civil action in La Plata County District Court, just to have the legal question resolved as a threshold matter. Ascent responded by filing this charter appeal, and in Ascent's own words, the question presented is whether the district must review the charter school application submitted on February 7th, 2022. The district argues today and in its briefs that the state board should rule in its favor. Ascent has not established that early review of its application is either required or warranted as a matter of discretion in the best interest of the school district pupils or community. I'd like to address the facts briefly for the board. Last year, in April 2021, Ascent contacted the school district and expressed interest in establishing a charter school. That communication did not say when the school might open. 3 months later, in July 2021, Ascent submitted a formal notice of intent to submit an application. In accordance with state law and district policy LBDR, the district sets a filing date again of August 1 for applications, and that's in page 465 of the district record, and Mr. Gessler's given you all a copy of the policy today. Recognizing that filing date, Ascent asked the district to allow it to apply early in January of this year, 2022. Ascent expressly acknowledged that its proposed early submission date had to be approved by the school district's Board of Education. That's on page 178 of the record. Ascent again asked for early review the following month, in August 2021. I guess the district wasn't moving quickly enough for them. Specifically referencing the policy, Ascent proposed, quote, a mutually agreed to change in application date. Shortly thereafter, in September 2021, Ascent was notified that the school district's Board of Education had not approved an early application request. Ascent then asked the school district to reconsider. still taking the position that it needed the district's approval. The school district responded that it was not going to reconsider. Ascent was told respectfully that applications received by August 1, 2022 will be reviewed in accordance with law after that date. The school district provided 2 reasons for its preference for the established August 1 filing date. It explained that any benefits of an early review would be outweighed by the administrative burden of doing so. The school district also explained that early review would, quote, be unfair to other charter school applicants who follow the statutorily created timeline. Ascent then changed its position. First, in December of 2021, it asked the school district to just allow it to forego the process completely and apply directly to the Charter School Institute. Second, in late January of this year, Ascent explained it had, quote, re-reviewed the district's application deadline and policy LBDR and concluded that an early application was allowed without school district approval. So it didn't get what it wanted, and then it changed its position in a very legally sharp way. Ascent then submitted its application on February 7th, and it asked that the district formally consider the application filed on that date. Well, the district did not. That's why we're here. 2 days later, the school district responded that the filing date is August 1. State law requires mutual agreement to change that. Ascent had asked for early review, and the school district did not approve the request. Consequently, the school district's position was that the August 1 filing date still applied, and it would review the application after that date. Ascent then sent a letter demanding that the school district review its application immediately. It threatened to, quote, pursue any statutory remedies available in the event that the district refused to conduct a fair and prompt review. A week later, on March 1st, the school district, moving promptly, notified Ascent that it had just filed a civil action in La Platte County District Court, just asking for a declaratory judgment regarding the time frame for review of the application. Ascent was asked to waive service of process, but it did not respond. Instead, the next day, Ascent notified the district it was preparing to file a charter appeal. On March 3rd, the district responded in writing to Ascent and explained that the declaratory judgment was really intended just to protect its rights, to have a mutual say in the setting of a different application deadline, and review the application at the appropriate time. The school district reiterated that if the application would be reviewed in due course under the timeline. Ascent's response was to file this appeal. Those are the undisputed facts in the record before the board today. And I would like to formally object. I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Gessler, but I formally object to the consideration of other school district policies. Mr. Gessler's had ample opportunity to present those and argue them in his briefing before the board. That didn't happen. They've just been presented today, and I would note that typically a party asking for judicial notices would present actual documents to the authority to consider, and that hasn't happened today either. You can't see when these various policies were adopted, when they may have been revised, why they may have been revised, what the language changes were, and the same arguments go to the mention of Juniper's prior application. We object to consideration of that as well, and I'll note for the record that the parties conferred about that very issue in deciding the record on appeal, and Ascent had initially proposed to include some documents from the historical record, prior board minutes and actions from Durango on that particular application, and that's several years ago for the record. And the district objected to that being in the record because our position is that it isn't relevant, and that the information that Ascent offered really doesn't establish what they say it does. And so Ascent withdrew that. They had an opportunity to amend and supplement the record, and they chose not to do that. They chose not to address it as a judicial notice or present anything in the briefing, or even today. So we would ask that you not consider any of that. And I'll just note that, again, the documents that I've seen that have been provided in the spirit of conferral don't establish that Juniper got different treatment. So I would just ask the board not to accept that. All right, to address the merits, let's be clear about what is and is not at issue. Ascent challenges the district's position that the charter application does not have to be reviewed until August 1st, 2022. Yes, the application is in the record and all the appendices. You have it. but Ascent doesn't base its appeal on the substance or merits of its proposed school. It said that today. The only issue is a threshold legal question of timing, and the best interest standard, since this board has decided to hear the appeal, it has to apply that standard to that question. With respect, Ascent has not established that early review is in the best interest of the pupil, school district, or community. The district agrees, following applicable law and policy, generally that should meet the best interest standard. And the school district wants to follow the law. It's the school district's position that it is correct as a matter of law. Now, I gave you a copy as well of the statute. You don't have to look at mine. You can look at whichever one you prefer. It's the same document, 22-30.5-107. I did put a couple of highlights because there's two parts of it that I want you to focus on. But again, you can look at my copy or Mr. Gessler's. Section 107(1)B of the Act on the first page allows a school district Board of Education to set its own date for filing a charter school applications. It's a matter of local discretion. The only catch is, and the key limitation is that a district has to set it between August 1 and October 1. It shall not, using the words of the legislature, be any earlier than August 1 or any later than October 1. Also, if you turn the page, paragraph 2.5 allows a charter applicant and a local board to jointly waive, quote, the deadlines in the entire statute. Well, clearly, as a rule of construction, you have to review and read this entire statutory section as a whole, and you have to read all of these parts, and you can't say that this one takes primacy over the other. All of them have to be harmonized and made sense of together. And that's what the district is asking to do. Because when you do that, the plain meaning is that applications have to be filed between August 1 and October 1 unless an applicant and a local board agree to a different filing date. I think Ascent agrees at a fundamental level because they based almost their entire argument not on the statute, but on the district's policy. And I'll get to that in a moment. Actually, right now, the school district, yes, it's set August 1 as this date in the policy. Again, you have a copy of it there, and it's also in the record. Ascent initially and repeatedly recognized that date and its need to get the school district's agreement to apply any earlier. You can see that at pages 178, 203, and 211 of the record. But now, today, it argues that the school district agreed to earlier filing 9 years ago for any and all charter applicants just by passing this policy and its use of the words that Mr. Gessler quoted. Well, on behalf of the district that adopted the policy and that continues to have it as its policy, the district disagrees with that interpretation. And I would argue that the district that passed it should be entitled to some deference about what it meant and what it means. And the position is this. Yes, the policy recognizes that an applicant can choose to submit an application on or before August 1, but it doesn't set that as an earlier filing date. The policy distinguishes between submissions and filings, and it doesn't guarantee that an application submitted before August 1 will be deemed filed before that date and absolutely guaranteed reviewed before that date. An earlier submission, again, to harmonize the statute and a fair reading of this policy together is that an earlier submission must operate as a request by an applicant to say, will you accept this earlier and waive that filing date? The school district can agree or deny in its discretion, just as it states there in paragraph 2.5 of the statute. No other reading of the policy would make sense. Ascent says that there's, and I didn't hear it much today, but it's certainly in the brief, that there's an application window. That's the phrase that's used a lot in the brief, starting on January 1. But that doesn't have any support in the statute. And I'm not even sure if you take their argument to its logical conclusion that why would it be January 1? Would it be the year before? Could a charter apply last year? Could Ascent have applied under their theory in July 2021 and said, well, we don't want to open in 22, we're going to open in 23? Would the district under their theory had to have reviewed it then? I mean, where's the limit to this? How many years in advance can a charter school apply and then require a district to review? That doesn't make it. Just, you can see, I think that illustrates the absurdity of the argument. Now, again, the statute says that a school district is entitled to have mutual agreement to change deadlines. If you would allow an application window every January 1, that would be negated, as would the clear language in the statute that the filing date has to be between August 1 and October 1. I think the State Board is also well aware that several school districts have requested waivers of this statute. That's in the record at pages 266 through 270. You can look at those. Ascent provided those examples in the record. Several school districts, I believe one's Jefferson County, Douglas County Schools, Roaring Fork, they came forward to this board under the general waiver power and said, we want a spring application cycle, and the statute doesn't let us do it. So please waive us from the statute so that we can allow and have applications in a spring cycle. Well, if Ascent's interpretation of the statute were correct, then all those waivers were unnecessary. With respect, this board and all those school districts haven't had it wrong all these years. It would be absurd, truly absurd, for the charter applicant to be able to unilaterally force early review an application just by filing it early, before a deadline, as the statute is written. School districts have discretion to set that date, and then they are supposed to be on an equal footing with charter applicants to determine whether or not to waive a deadline. To rule for Ascent, the State Board would essentially take a red pen and strike through paragraph 2.5 of 107. Just mark out those words. The charter applicant and the local board may jointly waive the deadline set forth in the section, because that would be the effect. There's no way that you can harmonize that language with their position. Whether you interpret, whether this statute ends up being interpreted here or in a court of law, that type of absurd construction has to be avoided. I would also suggest that it would call into serious question the district's constitutional guarantee of local control, which is already qualified by the Charter Schools Act. And here you're taking away one little bit that's left of local discretion for for school districts. All right, Ascent also claims, nonetheless, that this application was rejected. That mischaracterizes the school district's position severely. The school district has not said that it will never review the application. That's not its position. I heard about the Boulder Valley case again today, and it's addressed in some of the briefs. Well, Boulder Valley took the position that it was not going to review that application. It said this application is incomplete. We will review an application that is complete, that's been supplemented and amended, but this application we won't review. That's not what happened here. The district has never said it's not going to review the application. It said it's not going to review it right now because it believes as a matter of law that it isn't required to do it right now, and it didn't want to, as a matter of discretion, waive its deadline. But it is made very clear to Ascent that it will review the application, and to use the words of the Board of Education, looks forward to reviewing it after August 1. That's not a refusal to review. Alternatively, Ascent is arguing that the school district should review its application early. So we have the must argument, but also a should. As a matter of discretion, they say the district should just go ahead and review it, and they're trying to fit that under the best interest standard. Well, it hasn't established with its burden of proof that discretionary early review is justified under the best interest standard. Ascent vaguely wants uniformity and certainty for charters, and we can understand that. All of us can agree that any charter would want that, of course. They would. But our position is that the interest of uniformity and certainty are better served by honoring the uniform application date of August 1 that's set by statute and policy. Granting Ascent early review could have the effect of moving it to the front of the line and prejudice other applicants who've reasonably understood that the district does not have a spring application cycle. And it could also mean that the district won't have all the applications evaluated at the same time in the same cycle. Ascent assumes it's the best and the only charter aspiring to open in Durango. We don't know that. And that's not on the district. It's their burden as the appellant to present the evidence to the board for their position. There's nothing wrong with the school district coming in and saying there's no evidence for that. That's our privilege under the burden of proof. Assent would shift that burden and put it on the school district to say, prove there's no one else out there. We don't know. They may be relying in good faith on the August 1 deadline and haven't even got to that date of July where they have to tell us they're going to apply. We're not there yet because it's so early in the year. Also, the school district has planned its administrative workload based on a fall application review cycle. That was explained to Assent early on as the reasons why, that it wasn't going to approve early review. And if you were to accommodate it right now, you'd be taking up bandwidth that's applied to the annual budgeting process for a small school district, as well as the annual personnel renewals that have to happen this time of year. And it'd be very challenging for Durango to do that. It'd be a significant administrative burden to take that on when it just hasn't planned for that. And it's as simple as that. The best interest standard is supposed to incorporate local conditions, right? It's not some statewide measure. It's the measure of the best interest of the Durango school district, pupils, and community. Well, that means that the school district can't be expected to have the same administrative capacity as larger school districts, because they just don't. Now, the only specific argument that Assent really makes about its own application is that early review would give it more time to launch a school. And I think that's an obvious statement for any proposed charter school. But when the legislature limited the filing dates between August 1 and October 1, it made a policy choice. Necessarily, it decided that filing as late as October 1 the year before is enough time. It's not up to the state board to re-guess, or really any of us to re-guess that. My time is up.
20 minutes.
Okay. May I just conclude?
One sentence, sir.
Thank you. For these reasons, they haven't met their burden. We'd ask that you rule in favor of the school district in this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we now have 15 minutes each. Please don't. For each board member to ask questions of the parties and hear responses. If we can reserve time if we need to, or cede time. Please do so if you don't have further questions. Board Member Scheffel.
I don't have additional questions right now.
Okay.
Come back to me if I end up having.
Okay. Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can I ask our council?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that. We can also ask questions of council. Am I right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, go.
Yeah. So Mr. Peters, in that 2230.5-107, it does say in paragraph 1, parentheses B, the date determined by the local board of education for filing of applications shall not be any earlier than August 1st. Or any later than October. That's the
a true
state
statement, yes.
statute? Okay.
That is the state statute.
Okay, thank you. I'll just reserve the rest of my time,
Holy cow.
just in case.
Okay. Mr. Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you did, the Durango School Board did receive the application from the applicant on what date?
I believe it was received February 7th, 2022.
So on February 7th, 2022, you could have declined to receive that application. Is that not correct?
I don't know if I understand your question, Board Member Durham. When I say received,
Means you got it.
by electronic mail.
Okay.
The application was not opened. The appendices were not downloaded.
But it was received.
And I don't know how the district could have, as a practical matter, refused to receive an email. It's not like service or process.
Well, it's pretty easy. You notify the people you refuse to receive it, and that's the end of it, which apparently you didn't do. But the statute says within 15 days after receiving a charter school application, the school district shall determine whether the application contains the minimum components specified. And you have, how many days to do that? 30? 15 days. You have 15 days. So you had 15 days from receipt of the application to determine whether or not it's complete, and you didn't do that. Correct?
That's correct. We informed
So
them
the
within
statute-
15 days that we were not going to review the statute until after the application until August 1.
It's not what the statute says. It says you'll determine whether the application contains minimum components required in section 22-30.5106(1). So notifying them that you weren't going to consider it doesn't fulfill the statutory requirements of section C.
We disagree.
So you disagree that the language within 15 days after receiving a charter school application, the school district shall determine whether the application contains the minimum components specified. So you don't agree that that's the plain reading of section C.
I do not agree because the entire statute has to be read as a whole and
Well,
harmonized.
Let me read the policy as a whole of the district then. In accordance with the regulation, a district charter school applicant shall submit an application to the district by August 1st. Now, so that would, I can't find any other definition for the word by that means on or before. So you are saying the district's own policy says on or before. Because unless there's a new definition of the word by that I'm missing, do you have a different definition of the word by?
I'm
BY?
not sure what your definition is, Board Member Durham, so I
On or
can't answer
before?
that.
I think if I have an obligation to have my driver's license renewed by July 15th, that means I can do it till July 15th. Afterwards, my license is no good.
Are you
On or
asking,
before?
are you asking about submission or filing? Because there's a difference.
It says submit.
Submission is not filing.
Well, then why did you use that word in your own, the board used that word?
Both words are used.
The applicant shall submit an application.
Under the statute, regardless of what the policy says, under the statute, no application shall be or may be filed before August 1 unless both the applicant and the board agree to that.
Well, that's not what your policy says.
I disagree, but even if that is what you believe the policy says, then that would be an impermissible construction because it would conflict with the statute.
It seems to me, and as I've been sitting here for almost 8 years now, most applications that are considered seem to be submitted before that date, and I've never heard this issue. I never heard that objected to by anyone. So I think, I really think this is typical of what we see out of the Durango School Board, quite frankly. That rather than trying to work cooperatively and in goodwill with people, that board goes out of its way not to. Thank you.
Board Member Skarziga?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Farrow, has Durango come before the State Board of Education requesting a waiver from state statute around charter authorizing deadlines?
Certainly not in recent history. I can't say forever,
Okay.
but the reason for that is that Durango is happy with an August 1 filing date. Thank you.
Thank you. Because I have done that. I did that on behalf of Aurora Public Schools. We did change our date, but I came and asked permission. We got it. It had to be done formally because our understanding was we had to come in front of the state board, and that was a part of our policy. I think this question is for the school. If, would you be able to open a school if the school district approved your application after a submission of August 1, and they processed it in 90 days? Would you be able to open a school?
I'm glad someone's asking me a question, so thank you for that.
You bet.
I'm not prepared to be able to discuss that level of detail on the merits, and I apologize.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, we've prepared for this
Right.
today, and I understand this isn't a merits hearing. But I do know that, sort of based on our approach, we believe that, we're going to have, at a minimum, a far higher likelihood of a successful launch and better quality offerings right at the bat at the start of the school year, based on our current application that we provided in February.
Okay. All right, because I heard that, but my question is around the idea of what is in the best interest, and if the school could open and can open it successfully after an August 1st application and a process that is currently recognized by the board, however you want to do it, I just want to know, is that a possibility?
Yeah.
And maybe this is just outside the record and I don't ask, Mr. Peters.
You're free to ask the question. That's fine.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm sorry that I don't have a granular answer for you.
She's thinking. Yeah, I'll cede my time, thank you. Or I will reserve my time, thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board Member Skarsgård, for clarification. I have some detailed questions for you, Mr. Farrow, and I also have some for Mr. Gessler. However, if I start getting into those questions, I'm getting into what local control is all about. If I was starting a school, I would be terrified about getting a building and getting whatever it takes to start a school. I would want to get way in advance of that, and things can change between the time you submit and the time the school opens. There's a lot of stakeholder everything. I just cannot imagine. I can't imagine trying to get in a little early to make sure everything is in place. And again, if I get into all these questions that I have, I'm not doing my job of giving the overview from our perspective. But if I had a great idea and I had parents ready to go and I had a program and I wanted to move it forward and I had pushback from a board or from a district, I would be concerned about moving forward, because I would think maybe I'm not going to ever get, if it's just a matter of dates and what just the details of the law, and I don't always agree with the law, and I like the idea of the two entities getting together. I would like to see that. But I have to erase all of those questions and all of those dealings with the adults in the room and go back to the students. I mean, if you came forward with details that say there's only 3 students that are going to go to this school, you would really help me a lot. But it sounds like this particular charter school is necessary in the southwest corner of our state. I haven't heard of one down there. I hear of them up here. And that would be my own judgment, and I don't want to use that. I want to put it back to the district. And the only thing I can think of would be the parents and the students that want this to happen. And I think if it was submitted and it had all of the qualifications, even if it was submitted earlier, shoot, it's a lot better than later, especially if it's the answer to some problems. So again, I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to answer them because that's not what I'm here to do today. But thank you both.
Thank you both for your presentations. So this the statute seems clear with respect to the August 1st, no earlier than. But I do have a question for you, Mr. Farrow. Is it the intent of the local district to have literally a one-day window? I'll elaborate a little bit. It's bringing to mind the Caddyshack pool party when the caddies are welcome to use the pool for 15 minutes.
I love that scene,
Yeah, we all know the scene, but.
and I don't eat Baby Ruth anymore.
It may be technically legal, but help me out. Is that really the intent? Just the one day?
Apparently it isn't
Um,
over.
It sounds very strict, doesn't it?
It does.
But again, and this goes to what I was trying to explain, the difference between submission and filing. And I think some of the things the district has said in letters has been misconstrued. But I'm going to try to be as clear about it as I can. I believe the intention is that in terms of filing, that is, when is a application filed, that it then must be reviewed. That date is August 1. And because the district has chosen the earliest possible date that the legislature allows them to choose on their own, the result of that is that that's the date of filing. And if you wait until the 2nd, you're late. But can someone submit one earlier? Absolutely they can. It just doesn't, our position is that as a matter of law, it doesn't have to be forced to be reviewed just because it's submitted early, and that the clock, the 90 days, and whether you want to say it's the 14 of this stage and this stage and this stage, whatever, that doesn't start until August 1 because that's the filing date, unless the district and the applicant agree to change it, and they can agree to change it. And again, there were discussions and meetings here, and assent to the district's satisfaction just didn't present enough of a rationale for the district to deviate from what it believes is its policy is that's the day. So, I mean, if you had said it, that's the filing date, but could it be submitted earlier? Yes. And what we've tried to convey to assent, and maybe we weren't entirely clear, is we'll look at the application that was submitted on February 7th after August 1. But in the meantime, if you want to change it and submit another one on August 1, that's fine, and we'll look at that one instead of the one we're not going to hold you to the one you submitted on February 7th. But if you don't turn another one in and you still want us to review that one after August 1, we will.
Okay, so without getting too into the weeds on this one point of interest, is the charter applicant given an assurance or any kind of reliable assurance that they have met that one-day window requirement in the event that they submit their application to you prior to August 1? Do they get the reassurance of a confirmation that come August 1st, they will be regarded as having met the deadline?
I'm not sure about what the practice in Durango is. I know that I'm just, typically, a lot of times you get a received response. But in this case, there's no dispute that the email went through, right? And the district was very clear with assent that, that the issue wasn't that it didn't get it, right? It didn't receive it by a deadline. So it just got it early.
Okay, and then, Mr. Gessler, do I understand correctly that this is not in the interest of having an application reviewed earlier in the year so that the very next fall Assent would open its doors, but rather so that you would have ample time to go through the processes and the timelines necessary to deal with any appeals process, and also finding facilities, screening your potential faculty and staff? Am I understanding correctly that this is, it's not an attempt to open the doors the very following fall, but rather to have ample time to get it done right? Do I understand correctly?
I think so, if I understand your question correctly. Let me use some years, if I can, here in concrete ways here. So, look, the way we interpret it is the policy says by August 1st of the preceding year. Okay? So, of the preceding year, that's the sort of, Mr. Farrell said, well, there's no date ever that's the start date. Well, our view is it's the preceding year. So, we submitted by August 1st, which was in February of 2022, okay? So that's of the year preceding the proposed opening of the school, okay? So based on that, we submitted in February of 2022, by August 1st of 2022. That's the preceding year, so that would be the opening of 2023.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does, it does.
Okay.
So, I guess I'm struggling with the clarity of the statute, no earlier than August 1.
So I think, look, what you do today is going to set policy for the state. You are going to say, this is what the statute means. And that is a perfectly appropriate role for you all to do. I mean, it's not, and our position in the district court case is it's not appropriate for the Durango District Court down in Durango to set policy that's going to affect, you know, a school in the Front Range or wherever. It's the job of the school board to set that. And you were sort of presented, I think, two choices. One is you say it has to be filed between August 1st and October 1st, period. And under the statute, it says the date. And so what you're going to be doing is you're going to be saying it's one date and one day only between August 1st and October 1st if you interpret it to mean the filing date. Our view, it's the deadline, not the filing date. And so that's in the sentence preceding, which is why I said, you know, the local Board of Education by a date determined. And then it goes on to say the date determined by, uses the exact same language, the date determined by the school board. That's the deadline. And then in fact, if you look at section 2.5, the joint waiver, it says the charter application, the local Board of Education may jointly waive the deadlines set forth in this section, not the filing dates, the deadlines for the filing dates. So, so in our view, you know, the policy that this board sets is either going to be one date, has to be August 1st to October 1st, not allowed to do it any time earlier. School boards cannot, the school charter applicants cannot file it beforehand. Or you create this window. And our view, and to, I guess, maybe address a non-asked question of Commissioner Rankin, is that school boards have local control. Look, if they don't like your interpretation, if they say, oh my God, we can't do it as early as January 1st, they can change it within a week or two with, well, whatever their notice requirements are. I mean, so school boards retain absolute flexibility in this approach. Or they could even say the start date is August 1st and the end date is October 1st. They have the authority to do that. But we think that interpretation that you're suggesting would really constrict school boards. And I understand the comments about the filing versus the submission date. But look, statute's very clear on that. If you look at section 1B, and remember those two sentences I read? Well, there was one in between that I skipped. And I skipped it because it wasn't relevant. But now it's relevant. And that says an application is considered filed when the school district administration receives, doesn't say submission or file, it says it's filed when the school board receives the charter application from the charter applicant, either in hard copy or electronically. So school board can't say, well, we got it, but it's not filed. State law is really darn clear. It is filed when you receive it. It's filed.
Okay,
So
thank you.
that would prohibit a charter school from submitting electronically an application on any day before August 1st ever.
All right. Mr. Peters, I'm struggling to reconcile that with the sentence that indicates shall not be any earlier than August 1. Can you shed any light for us?
I can. It involves the best legal interpretation in my mind is that the date, the August 1st and October 1st date refers to the deadline and not to any opening window or opening date for the window for filing.
Thank you. And I'll reserve the rest of my time if there is any.
And thank you for your questions. I hope I didn't speak too much and use up your time.
No, that was helpful. Thank you.
You all reserved about 3 hours, so let me hope be a little faster. Mr. Farrell, tell me again, please, about notification. I heard you say that there's a requirement that you notify a district that you plan to submit a charter application in July. Sorry.
In the policy LBDR record, starting at page 462, it says that at least 30 days before submitting an application, applicants must file an intent to apply form. I had the July date in my head. I apologize. That's not what this.
Well,
it's in
I'm
the
trying to
policy.
figure out, it was in 2021 that Ascent indicated that they planned to apply. So why didn't they apply by August 1 of 2021. I'm trying to figure out whether you're late in applying August 1, 21, or whether you're early for 2022. Because I think you could almost interpret it both ways. You
Well-
missed the deadline on August 1, 2021, after notifying them that you were going to apply.
I think I can answer that.
Oh, good.
On page 178 of the record is the email that Ascent sent to the district on July 15th, 2021, and they said that's when they asked for the early application, but they said for an opening in the fall of 23. So even then, they weren't looking at 22. They were
Well,
looking at 23.
They could apply, though, in
Absolutely they
2021,
could
because
have.
there are extended openings.
Right, and they could have also done all those things that you do even after you work on the application, like finding a location and all that. That can be worked out during the process.
Okay. Do you have a comment to the way I'm looking at this? You're either late or early, and I'm not sure which you are.
I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Are you asking me, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. I'm sorry. I can see better now. Thank you. Yes, so in July, Ascent did not notify them that they were going to be applying. It was sort of your initial introductory communications. In December of 2021, oops, I'm sorry. Can you excuse me just one moment? Okay. So April was the introduction. April of 21 was the introductory conversations. And then July 15th of 21 was the intent to apply. So under the school board's interpretation, the July 15th of 2021 would not be, I guess use the word operative or valid for a August 1st filing date, because it would have only been 15 days before the August 1st. So by definition, it had to
Had to be
turn over to the next year. So
Okay.
I would submit we were awfully early, being diligent that we are. But in this instance, that's how.
But you were not late.
We're not late, yes, ma'am.
You've not been willing to answer the question as to what it would affect, how it would affect your families and students if the application is reviewed August 1, as the district is requesting.
I'm more than willing to do that. Unfortunately, I don't have the information right now. If you'd like me to supplement the record, I could probably do that within a few days.
Well, it's here about what we are to evaluate is it best interest of the district, the families or students, something like that. Am I close?
You're close.
And so, yeah, I would have wanted you to be prepared to tell me why an August 1 acceptance of the application would be detrimental to the kids. You do get to try again, right? Assuming that we do turn this down today, you do have an opportunity to come back by August 1 to apply.
May I confer with my clients just for about 3 minutes?
3 minutes is a long time.
2 minutes. I'll take whatever you can get me, Madam Chair. 1 minute. All right. Did I meet my 60 seconds?
I didn't count, but you probably did.
It would be very, very difficult. And the reason why is particularly with respect to facility acquisition, construction, and renovation delays due to the supply chain issues and COVID. So it would be very difficult for August 1st.
For everybody, right? For everybody all over the state.
Perhaps, but we certainly know for us, and that's why we saw it.
Other than that, you're a
bigger.
replication, and so you've got an awful lot of stuff already
Can I,
sort of nailed down.
Madam Chair, would you mind if I spoke to
I
the
would,
issue?
I'm sorry, but I think we've got some rules here. Is
My
that
apologies,
correct?
Madam Chair. Ms. Bowman was listed as a client rep. Ms. Gilmartin behind her is the one I mentioned earlier that we were
Okay,
debating
then
at
go
at the
ahead.
last minute.
I just, I'm trying to stick with the rules.
Is this on? Is it on? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So with the timelines in the statute being 3 months for the review and then another 3 months for us to agree on a contract with the district. Puts us in approximately, well, now we're in May, if you were to require that the review take place, and if we were on that timeline, or if we, well, you asked about August. So August, September, October for the review, November, December, and January for the contract. So we would not have a contract until approximately February 1st. So
When does the funding from the state come through?
That's the issue. That wouldn't come until, we can't spend until we have the contract. So we wouldn't be able to spend, we wouldn't be able to get a headmaster or a principal. We wouldn't be able to have any teachers on contract. And in particular, we've had a lot of issue with facilities in Durango. So we've been very diligent. Ms. Gilmartin behind me has made multiple, probably at least 8 or more trips to Durango and has looked for facilities. We have a very hard time finding any facilities down there. And we've met with people to see if we could get some sort of leasing arrangement, but no one will lease with us without a charter contract because there's no promise of future income. So it is extremely difficult, Madam Chair. More time is definitely better, and we just haven't seen where it's not possible for this review to take place sooner rather than later. And with over 500, I think it's up to 600 expressions of interest, there is extreme demand in that community. And we just are trying to bring an option to the community that the parents really want, hundreds and hundreds of parents. And it'll bring income into the district too, because a lot of them are coming from public and homeschool. So to have a better opening, we really think that it's best that the policy be interpreted as it's written and on or before, and we got it in before.
Well,
So
ideally, it would be to convince the school district that it would be a good policy to have an early acceptance, to perhaps do what Aurora did, which is to get a waiver, so that's, I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Mhm.
Everybody else who might want to open in Durango is gonna be in exactly the same boat.
Mhm. Could I speak to the waiver issue, Madam Chair?
If you think it's relevant.
I think it is. I think the waivers that have come before this board have been to eliminate the fall application cycle, to eliminate it completely and change it to a spring application cycle. It wouldn't be appropriate for Durango to ask for a waiver because we did a survey and brought the policies throughout the state that allow applications to be reviewed before August 1st. The statute doesn't prohibit that. The waiver is really not an applicable argument here because the waiver, again, is for changing it from a fall application cycle to only spring. So not an analogous situation, I don't believe, Madam Chair.
And then spring for that following fall, or to give a longer time period?
Correct,
Right.
spring for that.
Right, and that's the recognition that I think we'd love to see for school districts to recognize how hard it is. It is hard. Board Member Durham,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
remember you got a clock here.
Yeah, I know. I don't think I got close in the first questions, but the problem is that you can all see that the statute is subject to different interpretations without stretching too far. And we're here to try and determine what's in the best interest of the children. And I don't, from at least my own personal perspective, that more time in the planning and opening and providing facilities that's available to a charter applicant, the better the outcome is likely to be. Particularly in the times that we're in now, where we do have real supply chain issues, and the building is all of you have seen if you've been on this board any time at all. The number one impediment to the opening of a charter school, and we're seeing it in some of the Adams County districts now, is finding a location. And if you have to rehab that location, it's even worse. I ordered the replacement of 4 windows in February, which is now scheduled for October. So if we're going to act in the best interest of the children, I think we find an interpretation of the statute that doesn't lead to the result that that Board Member McClellan's questions could clearly have led to if the district wishes to do that, and that you may only apply on one day. And that's clearly sets up the opportunity for a lot of gotcha games. And I do think that any interpretation, and including Mr. Farrow's, by using the word receiving, that, you know, and the statute says received either by email or regular mail, 15 days after receiving the application, the district shall determine completeness. Because the first delay, statutes really are designed for people of goodwill trying to reach a decent decision. It's a little bit like the ministerial lesson I learned as a child, that locks are made for honest people. Because if you're not going to act in goodwill, it's easy to get past the lock. So if we want to create a framework where we encourage everybody to act in good faith, and I would say I would agree with Mr. Farrow's argument if this state hadn't already gone through hundreds and hundreds of applications. There's nothing new about charters applications. There's no mystery really anymore into, at least in the application process, what's going to be successful and not. I mean, we always get hung up when we're reviewing charter applications. We always get hung up on, well, gee, you don't have enough letters of intent, you know, so therefore you can't open because you don't prove you. It's the old chicken and egg. Here we've got an applicant that solved the egg problem. They got plenty of applicants. So it would be better, and everybody, if the district's going to turn this down, they should do it in a prompt fashion, because the longer they are able to drag this process out, is if that's their intent to turn this down, then if at any point someone, including this board, decides it's in the best interest of children to have another option, then you've made it impossible, because you don't get down to that decision until sometime late next spring. And by then, the chances of them being able to open are almost nil. It isn't that great a burden to use a reasonable interpretation of the statute that the district should consider, and the district has every right, by the way, to go back and change some of these dates so that they can do it on their own time, and they could put some of that in writing. But their current policy simply doesn't do that. Their policy uses the word by. And there is only one definition of the word by that I'm aware of, and that's on or before. So I think we should grant this application and encourage these people to try and work in good faith. And if they can't work in good faith and reach a reasonable conclusion, at least they'll reach it in a timely fashion that doesn't discourage people from being interested in wanting to be part of this and making plans to be part of this school. They'll know that that's not an option at a much more timely point than they would now. So I just don't think it's that big a burden, and I would encourage the board to reach that conclusion. So thank you.
Dr. Sheffel, you've got some time left.
Yeah, I mean, just listening to all this, it strikes me as...
We're not deliberating, right? We are asking questions.
We're asking questions. I just don't know why, Mr. Farrell, that you wouldn't review the application. I mean, clearly the law is ambiguous enough such that you could. And so unless there's some logistical problem, why not review?
Well, I think we've tried to answer that, and there's a couple of reasons. First is as a matter of principle, we think that the deadline and filing date, I don't care, plug in the words, right? Let's just set aside the semantics about the statute for a second. The district's view and position is that application, the clock to review an application, the cycle, the time period for doing it starts August 1. That's its position. That's been its position for as long as people can remember there, right? And that's the position. So as a matter of principle, the district feels that it shouldn't be, we had someone come forward and say, will you look at it early? Here's our reasons. They weren't persuasive. They made that determination. And and then the applicant comes back and says, well, we don't need your permission anyway, we're just gonna force you. And that's, you wanna talk about gotchas. I mean, that feels like a gotcha to the district. And that's the issue. From just on the principle of the matter, this is the deadline, it's fair for everyone, this is what we thought the policy meant. I mean, maybe we have to change it, but we can't do anything about this application. I mean, that's the issue. We can't change all the way that we interpret it up to this point in time. So, you know, the downside for us now is we've risked losing the first appeal, standing on our interpretation of our policy. And that's just, I guess that's just the way it is. But we don't think that that's fair or right or appropriate, and that's why we have the state thing going on as well. But, you know, to get back to your question, I just think that, you know, it's the legal interpretation. We think that it's right. It's the principle of the matter. And anytime you're deviating from the standard, the rule, you're giving an exemption to somebody, and there should be a really good reason for that. That's the feeling. And their feeling is that they just didn't make the case. We heard some stuff today that I wish we'd seen in the brief. I don't know why. If it's really that much of a problem, how come it wasn't briefed for this board to see? And we're only really getting all that detail today. That tells me that it's really not all that significant. But that's just my perspective on it. And I think that logistically, we've said that it's an administrative burden. I mean, this is not a large school district. And so to review it now when, you know, staff have sort of planned out their year of available resources. Okay, springtime, we've got budgeting. Springtime, we've got personnel renewals. We have to get those done. We have to get the budget done. And we know that in the fall is charter time. I mean, it's really as simple as that.
Want to comment on that, Mr. Gessler?
Of course, thank you. But I will try and keep it brief, Madam Chair. I think we take a very, I mean, I think Mr. Farrow's comments are very valuable and important, that the school district does not want to review it based on principle. I think we're looking at it at a far more practical level. And when we look at it on a practical level, there's sort of two practical ways to look at it. Obviously, we think our interpretation of the law is correct, and Mr. Farrow thinks his interpretation. But from a practical standpoint, what our interpretation does is it provides school boards flexibility, provides the districts flexibility to set the windows as they see fit, and it comports with their ability to accept an application prior to an August 1st deadline to give those schools additional time. So as a general statewide matter, it's good for school districts. It's a practical interpretation. And it doesn't limit. Nothing we're arguing limits a school district from setting a one-day application deadline. Nothing we do. So from a practical standpoint, we are helping that interpretation helps school districts across the state. From a practical standpoint here, okay, assent did not apply on February 1st because we said we want a lawsuit and then we want to spend money on attorneys for an appeal so that we can prove a principle. That is not what assent did. Assent applied when it did for practical reasons. And I appreciate the time for being able to confer with my clients on this. And those practical reasons in particular revolve around facilities. And I'd submit that that's even more challenging in Durango, where you don't have the population density that you do along the Front Range that most people sort of look at. But from a practical standpoint, it's just hard to get this thing up and running with the supply chain issues and COVID and those logistical challenges. So we're looking at this from a very practical, best interest of the children standpoint, not a principled. We'd be very happy not to be here. If we thought we did not have a problem, August 1st would be fine, but we're doing it practically because we do think it's in the best interest of the children to be able to have this time to submit a quality application, and then assuming we're approved, have the time to execute in an excellent fashion, to be able to give these kids the best chance they have to learn.
Thank you.
Board Member Esser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be very brief. So now, Mr. Farrow, that you've heard the reasoning behind their early application, and I know you cannot speak for the board, but only the local board, but only as their lawyer. If it is in the best interests of the students and the families in Durango, is there any possibility that we have common agreement here? That maybe in certain cases we do move earlier to protect the best interest of our kids and our families?
Board Member Esser, I think there's always that possibility because the school district recognizes the standard that this board has is the same standard they have. I mean, it's really that simple. As I said, the district didn't feel that Ascent made a persuasive case. I think that this kind of issues this happens all the time. As Board Member Durham said, there's lots of applications every year. People deal with the default deadlines all the time, and they find a way to get it done. And sometimes they have a school leader picked out before they submit the application. And like I said, sometimes they don't even know what the building's going to be or where it's going to be, but they apply anyway, and you work this stuff out. And it's rare in my experience that someone ever comes forward and says, I need an early review. But hey, there's that avenue. I mean, again, the statute says that the parties can mutually agree to waive those deadlines. I think my concern, back from the lawyer perspective, is that I think, again, practically what Ascent is asking this board to do is to make that 2.5 paragraph mutual waiver of deadlines reviewable by the state board. So something that I think typically is not thought of as reviewable by the state, if you read the statute the way they're requiring you to read it, then you really are making this idea of any time anybody comes forward and says, will you do this early, that it always can come back under the best interest standard. And I just can't see how that's what was intended. I think the board's appellate authority is very clear, and this is really straining it and going beyond that. But look, should and will the district act in the best interest of the kids as it determines it? Absolutely it will. And they did have conversations, and there was a meeting, and there's been back and forth and whatnot. I mean, I know that it isn't to the degree and extent that it's necessarily wanted, but I know that my client, the district, and the board gave this serious consideration. And if there were different reasons put forward with real evidence, then perhaps they would look at it differently.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So for our attorneys, I'm just trying to, in my head, figure out from a process standpoint for appeals, if the state board remands this back to the district has a second appeal, or is this?
Thank you for the question, Board Member Skarsgård. Districts never appeal, right? Schools appeal.
Schools appeal.
So
right.
If this gets remanded, what the district has is 30 days to make its own decision, and it gets to make any decision it wants to, subject to the school's right to appeal it back to you a second time.
Okay, so then that would be, I'm just thinking clockwise, right? That would be June 15th they could have, and then that would come back and it would have to be on our board. It would, I'm just trying to figure, okay, does that make sense? Could you lay out a timeline for me like that? You need a calendar or the statute?
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember the deadline to appeal the second time. If it's probably the same 30 days.
Not with me. Not with me, you don't. I'm out of the country.
All right, so I think from a very quick scan, it would be 30 days for the board to act again, from which point Ascent would have 30 days to file its next appeal, which how quickly they do that can adjust things, and then you have 30 days instead of the usual 60 to hear the appeal.
Okay, which would bring us pretty close to August 1st.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Board Member Rankin, do you have any more?
Sorry.
Mr. Gessler, I have a question for you. When Ascent Classical sent in their application and it was sent electronically, was it completely filled out?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Bowman to answer that question.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Rankin. The email contained a PDF of the entire application and all appendices. So the complete application was sent in the email. In addition, for the board's ease of access, so to speak, in the event that they didn't want to scroll through, I don't know, it was many hundreds of pages, we also submitted a link to which they could look at the appendices sort of broken up. So they could click on Appendix A, Appendix B, C, D. But I've heard arguments stating that they didn't receive or they didn't access the Google link, which is fine. That was just an additional way to look at the material, but the email itself contained the entire application and all appendices as an attachment.
So, Mr. Farrow, you made the comment, they didn't make the case. This sounds like a case to me. What were you referring to?
The case to ask the school district to waive the filing date and accept and do an early
Okay.
review, that case. But may I correct? I believe that actually the email contained the complete application, but not the appendices as a document. My understanding of the record, and again, if we need to confer and figure this out, but my understanding is that the email didn't have, that the appendices, you had to go to the Google link to get those, that they weren't attached. And it may just have been the size. That's not a criticism, but I'm just trying to correct. I believe that, as a matter of fact, the district had to go to the link to get the appendices.
Okay.
No dispute, though, the application itself, the base application, was attached as a PDF.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that really clear. I also want to go back to the fact that there are a lot of things that happen on this side of the mountain that's very different from the other side of the mountain. And I have to say, driving around my district, it is very clear that we do not have a lot of these schools out there and opportunities for the students. So, and being in rural, I mean, you may not get, Mr. Durham, you may not get things till October. Well, we get them 2 or 3 years later out there. So it really does look to me, and I may be wrong, but we're really talking about the dates. That, Mr. Farrow, do you agree that we're just talking about dates here?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member McClellan. Ms. Maramba, have you been keeping track of each of us? How much time we have left? Oh, my gosh.
She's on it.
This is an impressive system here. I can see it.
She hasn't cut any of us off, which is what's
I'm
surprising.
impressed. I'm sure I'll get about halfway through my first sentence. I think I already know the answer to my question, but for Mr. Peters, am I correct that in the event that this board were to agree that the application should be reviewed without waiting for August 1st, the district's local board still retains its ability to reject that application on any other good faith basis that it finds that is legal? Am I right?
The answer is yes, you are right. I would rephrase it a little and
Okay.
say they have the right to do whatever they wish with the application, so long as it is consistent with or not contrary to the best interests of the students.
That's what I
community,
meant
the
to say.
district. Right, in the judgment of the.
Yeah. I don't think I phrased that very gracefully, but that was the spirit of where I was going with this, so that we are not impinging on the district's rights as they would otherwise exist. We are merely telling them to get on with it.
That's right, and you give them written instructions for what you want them to reconsider. What they do with those is, again, up to them, as long as it's consistent with the best interest standard.
But
Thank
there
you, Mr.
is-
Peters.
But there is something, right? They only have one appeal? I mean,
This is correct. If you remand today, the first appeal's over, and we're moving into second appeal territory.
which is actually to the detriment of the school, potentially.
I'll abstain. I don't think that's a legal question. My apologies.
It isn't? Oh. Okay. Mr. Stern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Gessler, would it be a correct interpretation that should we rule for the district and deny this appeal, that the precedent we have set, and which would be interpreted as a matter of law going forward, is that there is only one day in which you may file an application?
I believe that's correct. Under the statute, if you say the date for filing, not a deadline, but the date for filing has to fall between August 1st and October 1st, that does two things. It means one date, because the statute says the date, it doesn't say the dates, plural, it says the date, singular. So it would only be one day. And then the second thing is, no school district could ever adopt a policy to accept an application prior to August 1st. And then the third thing would, of course, be based on the statutory framework. When it's received is when it's filed. When the school board receives it, hard copy or electronically, is the filing date. So that would even prohibit a school board from receiving it prior to August 1st. I disagree with Mr. Farrow's interpretation on that point, that, you know, if a charter applicant, electronically sends it on July 25th, the school board would have to say, we cannot receive it, that's not filing, that's not acceptable. You can only submit it to us on either August 1st or whatever date, single date they choose. So I do think there would be 3 precedents set, all to the detriment of school boards and charter applicants.
And Mr. Peters, could it be that the second appeal that Dr. Schroeder is referring to is the one that's pending in the Durango District Court that would still remain active as to who has jurisdiction over this question? That the school board has raised that we don't have jurisdiction, and that case will continue regardless of this particular ruling.
So,
and I don't want to, because there is another appeal out there. There is another case. It's not in the
So
appellate.
the way you, thank you, Board, Vice Chair Durham. The way you phrase the question would be as if that would be the second appeal, and
Right, and
it's not quite the way I would phrase it, because the second
Right.
appeal before this board would still exist.
Right, but I think we've all been confused by the fact that there's this separate case dealing with exactly the
Yeah.
same issue.
And I'm doing everything I can to get rid of that case without the court ruling on the merits.
And we appreciate that. So, thank you very much.
So, Mr. Peters, if we rule in favor of the school district, was the interpretation from Mr. Gessler correct that we've just made a statewide decision that there's only one day?
So the good news is I'm your lawyer, so I'm going to give you the answer that best respects your authority. And the precedent you set will be whatever you choose to set when you write the written board order. We'll phrase it however you wish to phrase it.
I'm definitely more confused now than I was before,
I'm
because
sorry
I thought
that-
it was up to a district to decide whether it's one day or multiple days.
So if you rule in favor of the district, because you've already denied the motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction, right? We're here on the merits. If you rule in favor of the district, what your board order will say would be that the district's action was not contrary to the best interests of the students, the school district, and the community. The reasons you give for why you arrive at that conclusion is the precedent that you set, and we will say whatever reasons you wish to say. Whether they're the ones Mr. Gessler wishes to infer from that or not, that's, I'm going to phrase it the way you want to phrase it.
Can I clarify?
Please.
So in other words, we won't say inside there that we interpret the law saying there's one day. We don't say that, then that doesn't happen. We'd actually have to say inside of our motion or of our finding that is how we interpret it, and then it would be true.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
And if we say nothing?
Then it is just open to however people wish to interpret it, and that's
Current
the way
Which
you.
is what keeps you guys busy.
This is how you operated for about 30 years, right? It's really only recently we've begun giving more reasoned decisions on these things. And so most of your orders from 10 years ago would just say not contrary or contrary to the best interests and be done with it.
Who else has time left who has questions? Okay, my understanding is that Ascent Classical Academy has 5 minutes for a closing statement. Did you wish to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your time today. I do very much appreciate it. I understand we're one of the very few or perhaps only things standing between you and adjournment. So I appreciate your time and focus on this.
Go ahead.
Well, one of few things. Well, anyway, I also want to thank Mr. Farrow. I mean, I think he's been a strong advocate and an absolute gentleman in this case, and I think the school district made an excellent choice in choosing him. You're welcome to use that for any business development efforts, but I do appreciate it sincerely. I think we've had a pretty broad discussion already, so I'll try and limit my points. I'll talk about sort of the legal interpretation. I'll talk about, and I'll talk about the practicality. Again, the issue is the filing versus the deadline. And as Mr. Peters said, we believe that the August 1st to October 1st window, that period, refers to the deadline, not to the only dates in which a applicant can file, or the only dates in which a district can accept. So that legal interpretation is consistent throughout the statute. We've talked about it. I shan't belabor it. But I do believe that that is by far the most reasonable approach that any court would take, and that this board should take as well, fidelity to the law. I do think there's two errors that the district has made in their presentation. I believe we pointed them out, but just to emphasize, in 107, Section 1B, when a school district receives an application, that is considered filed. So when Ascent submitted the application, the school district received it, and it was filed in February. And secondly, the school district has rejected the application. And the law is pretty clear that when that if the school board chooses not to review it, and I would refer to 108, Section 1. I did not give you a copy of that, but I'll read it. It says, a local board of education's refusal to review a charter application constitutes a denial of the charter application and is appealable as a denial. And that's why we are here, and that's why we do have jurisdiction here. The district said we're not going to review it. That is a denial, straight up statutory interpretation here. That's what the law says, and it's appealable. So that's why we're here. I'll emphasize the practical side of things. Again, our interpretation allows school districts the latitude to set their policies as they see fit, provided the deadline is between August 1st and October 1st, including those dates, of course. And even in this case, a decision in favor of Ascent from a practical standpoint still gives the school district complete latitude as it deems appropriate to accept or deny, to approve or deny Ascent's application based on the merits. We understand we still have to prove our case in that sense. We're not asking the school district, the state board or anyone to force the school district to decide what's in the pupils, the school districts, and the community's best interests, just to give us a fair shot at a prompt review, which is important in this case, and the prompt review is very important. Durango is different than the Front Range with respect to at least the facilities acquisition. Frankly, the labor pool is smaller there. It's more of a challenge to start a school, and that's why an earlier date is, in this instance, critical for Ascent. True, it's a replication application, and true, it's Ascent has provided very good outcomes and has a good model, but there are still very big hurdles, and that's why an early application I think is very important. And I think the comments with respect to if you want to give kids the best opportunity for success, if you want to give a charter school the best opportunity to give children the best education possible, providing additional time, certainly in this instance, is going to be in their best interests. The longer things are delayed, the longer it takes, particularly in an environment like Durango, the harder it is to get excellent outcomes. And the reason we're here, both Mr. Farrow and I, and of course members who've been elected, is to do what's in the best interest of children. And I think in this instance, we want to give them the best opportunity to succeed, the best opportunity possible. And an early review fosters and is in that best interest of helping those educational outcomes. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. A few points to make in closing, and I'd like to respond to some of the discussion that was had today.
Talk.
Am I on?
I don't know, but
Lights on.
eat it. Sorry. But that's what we tell
disturbing.
everybody. It's,
Okay.
I know it's disturbing.
All right. Let's start over. A few points to make about today's discussion. I would urge the board to decide this case on the record before it. There's been some statements that aren't in the record. There's been some concerns about Durango, and I just want to say this district is, any inference that this district is hostile to charters, we dispute that, clearly. They have charter schools. They have stated they look forward to reviewing Ascent's application in the fall. That's their position, okay? So I'm very concerned to hear statements suggesting that this is just Durango doing what they do. I don't even really know what that means, but I think it's inappropriate. But sticking to the record, and let's go to the start with the statute again. The legislature set the policy, It's not a policy that this board needs to or should set statewide. The legislature set it. And I'll use Board Member Durham's example of the locked door because I think it's very appropriate here. The legislature set that doorway and said, you get to decide where it is. It's either August 1 to October 1. And it's a door with a lock, right? And if you don't, and it's locked until the filing date that the local board has chosen. And here's the other catch. There's 2 keys. You can unlock that door early or late, but it takes 2 keys. And a sense argument here takes away the district's key. And it's in paragraph 2.5. And that's the ultimate problem. You can harmonize all these other points of the statute. All the stuff about received and submitted and all that, set that aside for a second. A very simple reading of this statute, which I tried to explain, and I'll try one more time, is I think you can just say that the way to harmonize it is if it can certainly be submitted before August 1, and it's not late, but it doesn't trigger the review time period until the filing date, whatever it is locally. That's the reasoning, and that's pretty straightforward, and that doesn't set some dangerous all statewide precedent. That shouldn't create a problem for your council to write a workable order. Okay, what about the second appeal being no big deal? The district can come back with a second appeal. Well, there's a couple problems with that. One is it's the second appeal, so we've lost the first appeal, fighting about procedure. Okay, and again, I know you've rejected the motion to dismiss, and you want to dismiss the state case, but there's good law out there that's been presented in the briefing here, and we're fighting it out there, but there's good law that says that you shouldn't have to risk a violation of a statute to your prejudice just by getting a legal interpretation of a threshold procedural question. That's all we're trying to do here. But see, what's going to happen is then we lose the first appeal, and the second appeal is not an equivalent review period. It's only 30 days, whereas we would have gotten 90 days. That's an important time distinction. Okay, timeliness. Timeliness is really relative, isn't it? If we're talking about filing it, I mean, timeliness to who? Assent wants early review. I mean, again, the district should be able to have an equal say in changing the filing date. Here, the case wasn't made to the district's satisfaction, that wasn't persuaded. What the impact of a ruling today in favor of assent really means is that all those decisions where districts and applicants agree to change deadlines, are those all now reviewable under the best interest standard? Are you creating a lot more docketing for yourself now on all these procedural disputes about timing? Like, what if an applicant says, hey, I need to file late? Or a district says, we need more time for the review. 90 days isn't enough. That happens all the time out there. And a charter applicant says no. I mean, can that then become an issue in the appeal that ensues? I mean, that's the problem. That's an ultimate problem with the interpretation. So again, I think we've presented a reasonable reading of the statute that harmonizes all of its provisions. And some of these parade of horribles are really avoidable by limiting the scope of the ruling. It's not that difficult. I want to lastly just point out about this is really difficult, that this is really difficult. I mean, again, all of that could be presented, but this kind of thing happens all the time. And I find it very concerning that we're just hearing about it, a lot of this stuff in detail today. Facilities are always a challenge for charter schools. But that doesn't mean that they're insurmountable, and that doesn't mean that you necessarily need to have the application reviewed right now. And it doesn't mean that the application couldn't proceed after August 1 with some caveats about working out a location with the district's cooperation and negotiation and assistance. It happens all the time. So I don't think that on its face or some stuff out of the record about Durango is relevant. So thank you for your time today. Thank you, Mr. Gessler, as well. And we just ask that you rule in favor of the school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan, do you want to make any comments?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay. Board Member Rankin? It's deliberation time.
I don't mean to be condescending or speak out of turn, but I heard, we already have charter schools. I don't know of any in Durango. If someone else does, I would I would appreciate it if you'd speak forward, because this, to me, is the first one that I know of.
I can speak to them if it's permissible, Madam Chair.
Please.
Yes, Board Member Rankin. Durango School Board has only authorized one charter school, and it was the Juniper School.
Oh.
And Juniper had 3 applications throughout fall and then December and February. There are a handful of couple other charter schools, maybe 3, 4, authorized by CSI.
Which must have gone through the district first.
There was a period of time when the board did not have exclusive chartering authority, and they just got it back recently under Superintendent Dan Snowberger, which was one of the reasons why we reached out in April of 2021 to establish a relationship with the new superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you for that
You're welcome.
correction, because I was not aware of them. And they're small schools. Everything out there is very small. But I have a hard time with adults arguing about dates when my emphasis is on students and opportunities for them out in the western parts. So I guess I have a kind of lean in that direction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Skarsgård, any more
No,
comments,
I do want to make comments.
deliberation?
I do. So, in my thinking about this, I heard, one of the initial things I heard was fair consideration. And I think about fair consideration for all charters, not just your charters, but for all charters that might apply. I hear about, I think about policy, in statewide policy, and what a ruling in this case will mean tomorrow of what could happen statewide for all charter authorizers. So I have a deep experience with charter authorizing. I did it for over a decade here in the state. Set up the process and everything, and we followed the National Charter School Authorizer, NACSAS. NACSAS. I can never say the acronym. Anyway, their best practices and their policy around authorizing, which I believe the league supports and all of the other groups, and at least the school boards charter boards that I have been on. And they say to support a quality application process that provides predictability to authorizers and charter applicants alike, state policies should allow authorizers to establish a defined application process with clear deadlines and timelines. And it goes on to talk about it in the establishment of a charter school application cycle should take 2 considerations into account. And it goes on to talk about how much time operators need and how much time authorizers need in order to process a quality application. And I understand the need for some predictability because we don't have unlimited staff at the ready to process applications. What do they do when they're not processing applications? We have staff that monitor the budgets, and they monitor the October counts, and they monitor so much. There's a process of monitoring authorizing charter schools that is year-round. Now, I would have loved to have seen, or I know I have done in my practice, where I've actually taken a school, and we would do it all the time. Bring your application in early. Let's look at it. Let's make sure it's complete, so at least we can skip that step if there's going to be an issue, maybe with facilities, things like that. And that's something I think I would love to see potentially, because it's done informally. It's not a binding thing, but that's a possibility. For the longest time, we were short in facilities, and that's kind of how we processed and sped it up. But I think more of my concern, and I haven't heard it alleviated, that if we remand this back to the district, then any charter school can apply in any district at any time, and the districts would be forced to review it if their policy appears to be such as Durango's, which I believe a lot of them are, because I believe that's a CASB policy that was probably adopted throughout this state. And I'm certain after today everybody's looking at their policy, and we're gonna have a big scramble on this, and people are going to be out there. So that's at least in my head, a little bit of a relief. I just suspect that's gonna happen. But that's my thinking, as just, I hear what you're saying, and my biggest concern, though, is I believe you will be able to open. If there's facilities there, they're probably still gonna be there. I don't know there's a run on buildings because of what my experience has been, even with the sale of buildings. But anyway, I could be wrong, but I believe you could open in August. You can apply in August, they could review it. My hope would be expedited because it is a replication. It is not a new application, right? It should be quick, and that you should have, there's so much work you could be doing now, and I'm assuming actually has been done, like curriculum and so many things that because you are replication. That's just where my head is right now. And but I'm happy to hear the rest of what my colleagues have to say, so thank you.
Do you have further comments? Mr. Durham?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you can get jaded in this process, and I've certainly been jaded by a parade of 8 years of districts attempting to find or invent reasons to reject charter schools, and the prejudice that is often exhibited against them by many districts. And I think, and I'm particularly unhappy here at council's attempt to use the olive branches of the applicant to, can we move this process forward? Wouldn't it be in the best interest of children? And you know, and to use that in a way to say, well, they knew we had to agree, and therefore they can't come back and complain now. So I really find that to be distasteful, because I suspect, and it may be unfair, but I suspect that that delay is one of the best tactics. Well, I take that back. I know delay is one of the best tactics to ensure that charter schools don't succeed, that they can't get open, they can't make it. And I'm hoping that there is some greater reason for this than some sort of staff shortage, but I tend to doubt it. And I do think if districts don't want to have a flexible process, which I'm frankly surprised, because I think what Board Member Skarzik suggested, the idea that they bring that this board certainly should have reviewed it for completeness. There's completeness. No reason not to do that. That's not a huge process. They didn't bother to do that. Then could have negotiated some start date that would have been acceptable or convenient in terms of the review. That's what's done by people who are of goodwill. And people of goodwill don't use olive branches to try to beat their opponents over the head at a later date. I think the request to try and speed things up and work in the best interest of the kids, I can't imagine it was made in bad faith, and I hope that's not what Mr. Farrow was suggesting. So it's unfortunate that we've reached where we are. Can Mr. Peters write a letter that says, or an opinion that says what the law says doesn't say? I hope he doesn't do that, because I'm certainly not going to approve the final opinion if there's any possible conclusion that somehow that this board has reached a decision that doesn't have universal application. If this decision doesn't apply to every district, and you can bet if any other district has, any other charter school has the same problem, you can bet that this decision is going to be thrown in their face as a precedent. So I think at a minimum it establishes a precedent, regardless of how cleverly we try and write the opinion. So I think that it's just not that, there's nothing in this process that's that difficult. And in today's real estate market, if taking nothing else into consideration, and I don't know that you're required to brief the fact that there's error. anybody can look at the real estate market and know that there are significant shortages. I don't need to see that in a brief, and I know that that's a significant barrier to charter schools everywhere. So time is actually of the essence, and I hope we'll uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Board Member Esser?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is very difficult because it is in statute that the date is between August and October. It is also very clear that we do have a shortage of buildings. We have a shortage of personnel. All school districts are struggling right now. That's no different for Ascent than it is for Durango. They're also going to be struggling with finding teachers, finding principals. They have the exact same issues. And housing for teachers, not only a building where you can put the kids once they come to you. I am very careful when looking at precedent. I think in this case it would have been much better if the two parties had spoken to each other and explained why it should have been reviewed earlier or could have been reviewed earlier, and the district could have explained we can't because of A, B, C, and D. We can give you a guarantee that we've received a full application with all the pieces that we require as a school district. That would be helpful in my mind, that you come to consensus on what you can come to consensus on. I understand both sides. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thanks for the time to discuss. I feel like we're straining at a gnat here. Strikes me as delay for delay's sake. We're having a semantic discussion here, not focusing on students. Policies exist to serve people and not the other way around. And so to me, there's 100 reasons to review this application, and maybe one bureaucratic reason that's based on a semantic interpretation that could be interpreted otherwise, not to review it. I can't imagine why this hasn't been reviewed. I mean, I think if we focus on people and we look at the way the statute can be interpreted, there's no reason why it couldn't and shouldn't have been reviewed. So that's my position, and appreciate the presentations.
Thank you. Give me a chance to talk. I never get my turn. I think I'm the only one here who has sat on a school board and gone through the process of reviewing, actually throughout the year, applications. And I strongly sympathize with Board Member Escarza's comments. It is a lot of work, actually, and when it's done well, it includes input from a lot of folks. And a lot of those folks are not going to be around over the summer. You've got an accountability committee, et cetera, et cetera. So there really, good practice does say that there is a cycle that you don't spend all year doing it. And that was what we certainly learned the hard way. And so I accept the notion that there ought to be a time span, not short, not one day, but a time span whereby these are accepted and evaluated. And it should be during the school year, and we're not even looking at that. This is May. So I am sympathetic to the notion of wanting to get going. Real estate is funky. Half the buildings that I see, the first floor is empty because retailers don't exist. And then anybody who wants a home can't find one. So it's a very, we are in a very, very difficult cycle right now, finding folks to do the teaching and the directing, finding the right facilities, et cetera. But I don't think that allows for the kind of confusion that we have if we have applications year-round, because I've been in that boat, and we didn't like it, and our staff absolutely hated it. And our parents, whose input we requested, were stressed even more. And I think a good process does have at least an accountability committee input. Board Member McClellan, you wanted to say something else?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Actually, I want a motion pretty soon here.
Yeah. And I apologize to Mr. Peters for asking you but very close to the exact same question I've already asked you. And it's those two sentences in statute. An application is considered filed when a school district administration receives the charter application from the charter applicant, either in hard copy or electronically. Okay, that seems clear. You've indicated, if I understand you correctly, that the next sentence, the date determined by the local Board of Education for filing of applications shall not be any earlier than August 1 or any later than October 1. Does the fact that it says date and not dates, does that have significance when determining whether this should be interpreted as a window between August 1 for the first opening and a closure on October 1 for the last possible filing? Am I wrong in regarding the use of the word date rather than dates as a further indication that this is not intending to convey a window, but rather a final deadline date?
So let me tell you what I think the answer to your question is, because your last sentence there confused me on what precisely you're asking, but I think here's the answer that I think is the right answer. There's 3 sentences in a row. One of them says that the board shall set a date by which application should be filed. Then there's a sentence that says, and an application is deemed submitted on the day that it's received. And then you get a third sentence that says, and the date for filing shall be between August and October 1st. That middle sentence was added later. The first one and the third one that I just mentioned were originally next to each other.
Okay.
And so when it says that date shall be between August 1st or October 1st, what it's referring to is the date by which the application shall be filed, right? So that's the deadline. Later, the legislature added that middle sentence that tells us when the 90-day clock starts to run, right? It's not changing anything about what the date refers to. It's simply a deadline. Has nothing to do with the opening of any application window.
Okay.
Have I answered your question?
Yes, you have, and that's very helpful. That together with the fact that the local district board still retains in this matter their ability to weigh this application on its merits with respect to whether or not that local district finds it to be in the best interests of students, that is very helpful for me in my decision-making. Thank you.
Can't decide unless somebody makes a motion. Okay. Board Member Skarziga?
It's my district.
Is there,
Go ahead.
okay, that's fine. I move to deny the appeal on the basis that Ascent Classical has not demonstrated that the local board's action was contrary to the best interest of the pupils, school district, or community.
It's a proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any more conversation? Would you call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
No.
Board Member Skarziga.
Yes?
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McCullen.
No.
Board Member Rankin.
No.
Board Member Shuffle.
No.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
So that passes, or that motion fails, I'm sorry, with a 3-4 vote.
How about another motion?
If I could find it.
Go ahead.
I move to deny Durango School District's motion to dismiss the appeal filed by Ascent Classical
Excuse
Academies.
me if I could interrupt.
Whoop.
You've already done the motion to dismiss earlier.
So it's the next motion, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize for interrupting.
I'm
that.
sorry.
find it
I got it.
It's-
Although I may need some help with this one, too. I move to grant
The appeal.
the appeal on the basis that the local board's action is contrary to the best interests of the public, of the pupils, school district, or community. The district should reconsider its position.
Second.
Fill that out.
That's good. Yeah, let's just see, it says and.
I'm sorry, you're looking at me as if somebody asked me a question. I apologize.
No, I just, that was an okay motion.
The motion's fine. After, or if it passes, you'll need to appoint 2 board members
Yeah,
to work on a
that-
board member,
to
or
write up
a board
the
order.
Order. Okay, good. Thank you.
You call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarsgård.
No.
Board Member Esser.
No.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
No.
So that motion passes
Passes,
on
yep.
a 4-3 vote.
All right, I'm looking for volunteers to assist in the orders. Board Member McClellan, do you want to work on that? Okay, and Mr. Durham. Thank you very much for coming. Best wishes.
Thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it very much.
Yeah, 2-minute break. As a follow-up to our April 29th agenda item on transportation resources for students in low-performing school systems program. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. If I can just ask, I know we're all tired, end of a 3-day board meeting. I know this is hard. One more presentation. I've asked them to be quick, and we do need some of your direction, so we need your thinking caps on for one more presentation.
Once more with feeling.
And then there is sugar at the end of this. There is sugar to celebrate Miss Tolleson. And so, I just want to say that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jones and Ms. Pearson.
Good afternoon, you all. Thank you. As the commissioner said, we have one more topic for you today. We will be as quick and succinct as we can, but we do need your direction on some things if you want to continue moving forward. So I'm sorry to do that at the end of this long meeting for you all. We're going to talk about the ESSER transportation options for you today. I want to just give you some quick context, remind you where we are with this topic and what we're doing here today. So, as you know, we talked on April 29th, the State Board had requested to understand if there's some options available for providing transportation assistance to students attending low-performing schools and persistently struggling districts. What options the board might find there to really work on access to the public school choice that we have in our state. So there were two options we talked about on the 29th. The first one was the transportation token program. That is in statute, has never been implemented, but is funded with that would be funded with the ESSER State Reserve money. And the other option was just a direct ESSER transportation assistance grant program. So we talked about those two things on the 29th. You all asked us to go work on both of those. The token program, we needed statutory change in order to be able to implement that. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about what happened with that. So we worked on that, and we also worked on developing a grant application program. And we had amazing staff that have just jumped in, thought about all these different ways of transportation and grant making and procurement rules, and have just really dug in to try and understand how we could make this work. So we've got some here, we've got other people that aren't here, and just want to thank you all.
Why are they hiding way back there?
Why do you think?
They're eating candy early. Okay, never mind.
So our goals for today for you all are just to give you an update on the status of the two pathways, to provide time for you all to give us some direction on where you want to go next, especially with the grant program, and really just get a sense of what do you want to continue moving forward with, if anything at all. Okay. So a quick update on the transportation token statutory program. So as you asked, we noticed the rules on April 29th as you voted that day. We immediately started working on the statutory changes that would be needed in order to use ESSER funding or to allow ESSER funding to be used, at least one part of how the ESSER funding needed adjustments to be used. With where we were at in ledge session right then, with where school finance was, which was really the only vehicle that was available, we weren't able to make that change happen. So we didn't get the statutory change needed for that program. And you all have a decision point in front of you today. We'll come back to this decision point at the end of the presentation today about whether or not you want to move forward with rulemaking. We can't implement the program for the next school year with the statute that we have and the funding we have. You could decide to continue with rulemaking if you wanted to, just to have the rules on the books. But I think we just like some clarity from you all, because you could end it now. It just might make it clear to the public and more transparent that we're not moving forward with that program. But that is a decision point that is up for you on that. So I would just want to stop and see if you guys have any questions, if you all have any questions on the transportation token statutory program before we get into the other option with the grant program.
No questions? Rebecca? Board Member McClellan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Dr. Pearson, my hope is that because we do have some responsibility with respect to safety provisions related to SB 144, it's my understanding that CDE must be consulted with respect to the area of promulgation of rules. It would be critical for me that those rules be strong in protecting vulnerable students, because the students we're talking about are homeless children, foster children, and children with disabilities that are serious enough to require a a requirement for transportation services, in addition to those students who are going to use the token service to get from a low-performing school into a school of choice in another district. So it would just be, this underscores for me the importance of Fidelity to ensuring that those safety provisions are as strong as we can make them, given that we have lost some regulatory oversight by virtue of the passage of 144. Thank you.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, we'll talk about that a little bit further with the grant program and how the team that's envisioned kind of what would be in the RFA, request for applications, has written through what those safety requirements are. And if you all want to have further discussion, add to that, we'll make sure we've got time to talk about that.
And for the record, I just wanted to let our attorneys know that one of the areas of concern for me is that in accessing some of these services, there is a feature on the app that requires one to submit to binding arbitration before one can access the service. So I think I might need some information about how that works, that parents may not have the ability to access what it is they're supposed to be able to access with these funds and with this intended benefit unless they submit to binding arbitration. And my question then also would include, how does that impact the transparency with respect to any incidents that the general public would need to know about in order to ensure that safety is being guarded? Does binding arbitration interrupt the process of providing transparency by interrupting the reporting or cataloging process, or by fracturing or shattering the liability chain such that it goes then to the individual driver and not to the firm in question? I just have questions about how that relates to transparency and safety for students. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the statutory program, transportation? Okay, we'll come back to you at the end and see if you want to continue with rulemaking or not on that. But for now, we're going to, Scott's going to talk, sorry, Mr. Jones, is going to talk about the ESSER transportation grant program.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Madam Chair, I will eat it. Good afternoon. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, and Commissioner Anthony. I promise to be as quick as possible because I do realize that I am between you and adjournment. But I'd also like to take a moment just to thank, we've had a cross-divisional team within the department that has worked really hard to pull all of this together today for you. So I would be remiss in not mentioning them. We're here today to talk about the grant program that has been developed at your order to support students in low-performing schools in accessing transportation assistance to move to higher-performing schools. The program that we have outlined here for your consideration is a $3 million program over 2 years that would split the funding evenly across those 2 years, funded out of the ESSER State Reserve allocation. One thing I would like to note, and I apologize for this, is when we created these per pupil calculations, they were incorporating CDE's administrative costs into them, and so I'd like to amend those to be at $1,200 to $2,800 rather than the numbers that are currently identified there for you. I apologize for any confusion on there. For clarity on this program, low performing in this program would refer to for a low-performing school would refer to a school that is currently implementing a turnaround or priority improvement plan. A low-performing district would refer to a district that is accredited as low-performing or accredited as turnaround for at least the last 5 consecutive years. And then for a high-performing school, that would refer, or a high-performing school, a higher-performing school would refer to a school that is identified as performance on the school SPF and has not been identified in the most recent ESSA identification cycle as being I'm going to make sure I get these words correctly, I apologize. Comprehensive support and improvement and additional targeted support and improvement.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
We now have one other category of district which is unaccredited that needs to be added, I think, to that list.
Noted.
Yes. We would be using the 2019 data. And per those data, the only district that would, schools that would be in a district that met these requirements would be Adams 14 School District. Under this program, eligible students, which we will spend a little bit of time talking about in a moment, would be able to choice into a higher performing school that is either within their own district or in an adjacent district. This slide does not say within their own district, but the intent is to allow for a higher performing school within the district to be eligible. We are asking for your guidance on the student eligibility criteria in a minute, and we'll talk about that. With regards to the current SPF and the adjacency, that means that the eligible schools for higher performing schools would be Adams 14, Adams 12, Denver 1, Mapleton, and 27J. We are suggesting a fairly flexible application, wanting to give whoever the applicant is the ability to meet the needs of the students they are able to serve, as well as the organization's type that they are. We have given some examples of what that could look like, providing direct transportation, reimbursing for mileage, or contracting with a transportation provider. And any applicant that does provide direct transportation would be required to meet all state and federal laws. Additionally, any grantee that receives funding will be required under ESSA requirements to both document that only students who are eligible receive the transportation assistance, and that the transportation assistance is only used for the allowable purposes. As you can see, we have a very tight timeline for this. Should you ask us to move forward, we would be submitting this to EDAC, incorporating any changes you request before that, and then releasing next Thursday on May 19th. We would then have approximately 4 weeks open for applications, looking at June 21st as the due date, and then a very short turnaround for CDE staff to review applications and make awards by July 1st. That is the next slide. And I appreciate the amazing segue. I will say that it leaves approximately 39 days for implementation from the date we award to the beginning of the Adams 14 school year. This is a place where we would like your guidance, specifically around who is an applicant in this purpose. At the April 29th meeting, we presented 4 potential applicants. You'll see them on here. We have limited this down to 2 that we are recommending to you as potential applicants, and 2 that we are recommending that we not include. Yes, Rev. McClellan.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. The question popped into my mind. Are we talking about the district that is or the school that is losing the student being the applicant, or the school where the student is going to be headed being the applicant?
That is an excellent question. Thank you for allowing me to do the clarification. This would actually be whoever would be providing the transportation assistance. It would be the applicant to our grant program. So this could be, as the slide says, a local education provider such as a district, and that would most likely be the district that is receiving the students. And then, or it could be, as the slide says, you may decide to include nonprofit or community-based organizations.
I'm sorry, the reason I was asking is if you had a district that preferred not to lose their students, it might be an opportunity to frustrate the effort in the event that that district were to make that process not smooth, whereas those who are receiving, well, I suppose that could happen on either end, and perhaps you can speak to that, but that was part of, I mean, if a district didn't want to absorb new students, they also could frustrate the process, so perhaps that should inform our discussion.
Is it okay?
Deputy Commissioner.
Board Member, I just want to clarify, the way that this is framed, as Mr. Jones said, is it would be, students would be eligible for within-district transportation or out-of-district transportation. So Adams 14 could apply to provide transportation to a higher-performing school within their school district. At the elementary level, there are some options there for students, at least based on the most recent data we have, which we know is not the most recent, or not that recent. So they could apply for within-district transportation, or maybe one of those adjacent districts would want to apply for students that were choosing to come into their school district. Thanks.
Thank you. We are not recommending moving forward with two of the applicant types that we had previously identified for you. The first for for-profit companies, including transportation vendors, that would require a contract. We are not able to grant to those types of corporations, and so the procurement timeline, similar to what we had shared at the April 29th meeting with the Transportation Token Program, would prohibit us from being able to implement by this fall. Similar, on a separate note, we had to discuss the direct grants to families. We spent a good deal of time considering this within our own internal processes and don't believe we have the infrastructure to make what could be thousands of grantees and be able to build that infrastructure by the fall. I would, and I think this may get to Board Member McClellan's question as well, would like to remind you that districts, BOCES, and charter schools that are authorized by districts or BOCES are required to receive permission from the home district before being able to transport across district lines. Nonprofit organizations and charters that are authorized by CSI are not required to follow those, to receive that permission. And as the Deputy Commissioner mentioned, we are hoping to get direction from you near the end of this presentation on this. The other area we would like some guidance from you on is what would make an eligible student. And on this slide, you will see 4 criteria that we have outlined. One is the student is eligible for free or reduced lunch as part of the National Student Lunch Program. The second is that the student is currently attending a school that is low performing, as we've identified before. The third is that school is within a district that is low performing, as identified before. And then fourth, that the student has been enrolled in a eligible higher performing school, either within their same district or in an adjacent district by the pupil count date. So these are and statements. So the numbers are ands. The sub-bullets, and I apologize for the complexity of this, are ors for the numbered statement immediately above it. So essentially for numbers 2 and 3, we are trying to provide additional flexibility. So a student who is new to public school, so someone who's entering kindergarten for the first time, would still be eligible for the program. Similarly, we know that students may have moved during the pandemic for exactly the purpose we're talking about. They would be eligible under ESSER funds to be able to move. And so starting with the 2020-2021 school year, if a student had moved already, we would be able to start providing supports. We would not retroactively, we would not recommend retroactively providing supports.
2,000 students that currently leave 14 from other places, many of them would not be eligible if they were all transferred out 2 years before.
Yes.
And just to clarify, that's really about the ESSER requirements and the way that we can use that money, because it really has to be students who had been impacted by the pandemic and the situation in the pandemic. So we know all kids in the state were impacted by the pandemic, but in order to ensure that we're really okay using these funds for that purpose, it was challenging to go back any further. So that.
It's around 3,500 students that would be eligible. I will say.
Sorry, you mean that are enrolled in those schools right now?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're looking at 3,500 students that would be eligible for transportation. Once we apply all of them.
Apply these rules, okay. But that's not, yeah, all of them. Got it. Sorry.
Apologies.
Sorry.
Okay.
You guys have been working just as hard as we have, so. I'm pleased with you guys.
Okay, and then I'm making sure.
You want to talk about the attendance?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Oh.
Never mind, just go.
I apologize. I think one of the things that we do want to emphasize here is that while students who had previously choiced out would be eligible, we are looking at prioritizing students who are still currently in a low-performing school in the district and asking grantees to do that as they're working with families.
Must be true.
And then, now I know it. We in the original memo that you had that accompanied this deck, we had included the language similar to what's in the token program regarding attendance, and saying that a student would be eligible for this program would need to have met the attendance policy of their home district. As we began to explore this a little bit more, we are recommending that we not include that requirement. We had done it for parallelism with the token program, but knowing that so many students may have been absent for a number of reasons during the pandemic, and that those students may be very well impacted by the pandemic and may be in need of these transportation assistance, we're recommending not including that specific provision. It's not included on the slide, it's only in the memo. This is my last slide before we turn over to you all. But we did want to identify a few specific considerations that you all may want to think through. The first is in reference to Board Member Skarska's question around the data. We are using 2019 data, and because of the timing, we will have to use that data for this year to implement the program. However, we are also aware that later this fall, we will be receiving 2022 data, and a student who is choicing into a school that is higher performing on the 2019 SPF data that school may no longer be considered performance in the 2022 data. It is a possibility we don't know based off of at this point. Similarly, at the April 29th meeting, Board Member Rankin had suggested this might be a pilot program we could learn from. We definitely agree with that. One thing that we would want to note is that to do so, we would like to be able to collect personally identifiable information to be able to understand who the students are, so we can look at their scores across years, since they would be moving across districts. The third one is currently we have this would allow for multiple grantees, which could provide additional opportunities for varying types of transportation assistance. At the same time, every time we grant to a new organization, that means there are more administrative costs for the new organizations. And so it would reduce the amount of money that would go directly towards transportation assistance. And then finally, since you all know my focus is on ESSER, I would be remiss in not just reminding you that these funds are going to be used under ESSER. We'll continue to monitor the allowable uses to make sure that we're using them in a way that is in alignment with federal policy. And with that, I am well over the 10 minutes I allotted myself. But I would open up for any questions you all might have.
Board Member McClellan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would it be possible, if there was a school that had enough students to justify a fixed route to another high-performing school that was a logical choice for enough of those eligible students, would it be possible for one of the more traditional providers currently regulated by CDE to bid for that task, which I suppose one could argue would be greener because it's one vehicle rather than several riding all at the same, rather than a fleet taking off all at the same time. Does this structure allow for that possibility? And I recognize we don't control exactly how many students would be going from school A to school B in or out of the district, but would that be conceivably possible?
Absolutely. So the grant request for applications, or RFA, that we've drafted is built to ask the applicant to provide us detailed description of what mechanism they're going to provide. So in that case, they could propose that and provide understanding of what schools they're planning to use, what districts they're planning to be able to serve, so what schools they would be able to serve within the eligible district.
And just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, are we envisioning only one awardee, or are we envisioning the possibility of multiple awardees? So it could be possible that a provider that is geared toward providing one ride at a time could be considered, as well as a provider that's geared toward providing transportation for multiple riders on a fixed route.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? More questions? Board Member Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jones, I need to get this straight in my mind. Any child can choose like that, but this is just for the transportation and just for the low performers that qualify. But, I mean, theoretically, a whole school could transfer to another, okay.
Yeah.
Then the other question is, I want to go back to the last month. You are going to be able to track, for instance, how these students did in this school for the next 2 years in the new school. I mean, whatever vehicle you want to use besides survey, I don't want that, but it'd be interesting to see how that choice helps out and which choice they made. I think that would be good. And then the other one is, what if this is so successful and then after 2 years they say, now you got to walk?
I will take each of your questions, and if I miss one, please let me know. This program would in no way impact other statutory rights regarding choice, so that would not be impacted. Your question regarding fiscal cliff, and I may have forgotten the second one in there, so I apologize, is a valid one. That we do not currently have a funding source identified that would support this type of program going forward. And so that is something perhaps like that we've talked about, looked at, but we don't, ESSER funds are fixed in terms of
So it
their
is a
timing.
pilot, kind of. Okay.
And then your second question, which was regarding PII, we would, in the RFA, we have requested that any applicant provide a description of how they would work with either a district if they are not a district, or the district would work with us in providing the information so that we can track information, students across
So,
districts.
but you already get that information with CMAS scores, correct? I mean, you do, because we get it.
I'm going to turn it over because data collection is not an area in which I have a lot of expertise.
So help me if I'm not getting your question quite right, but what we'll need is to know who the individual students are participating, and then we do have the CMAS score, so we can look and see what happened pre and post, at least on the state data that we have.
Yep,
So we'll be able to.
that was exactly what the question was, and I think since you're the right department and get all that, why let a good pilot program accountability go to waste? Yeah, thank you.
Tell me again the districts that you identified that could take kids.
So Adams 14, Adams 12, 27J,
Okay.
Mapleton, and Denver.
And Denver.
They're adjacent.
So this is a little different than the reorg. Okay, because I didn't hear Denver in that first list. And have you spoken, and I'm assuming you have, but maybe not, have you spoken to these districts about opening up their choice enrollment that has already closed, particularly Denver?
We reached out to them to talk to them tomorrow if you all decide to keep moving forward.
Okay.
To figure it out. We just wanted to see where you were today, but we have given them a heads up that we were having this conversation again today.
Okay, thank you. And then just kind of like, I'm hearkening back to the Title I days. There's a computer here. Mr. Durham is Title I, and he gets to use the computer, but I am not Title I, and I need the computer, but I don't get to use it because I'm not Title I. And I'm hearkening back to that, trying to keep track of that kind of stuff, that process. I'm envisioning two students going to the same school, and one student is on the bus and the other student is not, even though they're both choicing into the same school. because one is free reduced, one is not. And my assumption is that you're gonna track, right, who gets on the bus and who doesn't. Or is a bus that happens to be coming by is now gonna be eligible to pick up anybody, right? Those are the kind of things, knowing transportation, we've done a lot of this for choice and within districts. There's a lot of these details that I'm gonna be interested to hear, how they shape up.
I would say we are working to build out as many of the data collection pieces as we can, and part of that will depend on the eligible applicants. I think one of the decision points for you all on what data collection looks like will differ varying from a district to a nonprofit or community-based organization. We'll need the same data, but what the collection looks like and who we're working with will vary slightly.
But I thought nonprofits can't even apply the first year.
For-profits cannot.
For-profits, okay.
Nonprofits could.
Nonprofits, so I saw district, I saw charter, and I saw charter. And where did the, I must have missed it.
And BOCES.
And BOCES.
And that's a decision point
on the
for you
second
all.
line.
Correct.
Like, you all,
Oh, I see.
we're looking for your
I see.
direction on
Yep,
that.
thank you. You're not-
And are you looking on the direction you're looking for on that? Are you looking for, is that the right set? Is there more? Is there less? What's the direction you're looking for?
The direction we're looking for is we have identified 2 potential, and if we would like to know whether or not those 2 are acceptable to the board, and or if you'd like us to identify new potential providers.
Yeah, so in terms of feasibility, we think we can make it work with the local education providers in the sub-bullets and the nonprofit community-based organizations. But we want your direction on, do you want both of those groups or all of those groups included, or just some of them? We would, if you direct us to do for-profit or families, we will figure it out as best we can, but feasibility-wise, we don't have much hope of doing that.
I mean, are you looking for a vote or just a consensus? I think you have the right mix up there. I agree with the excluding the not-for-profit vendors and the families. Unfortunately, given the timetable for this, it's just impossible to do that, get that much work done and hope to make it work. I do think that this is going to be a difficult. You guys have done a lot of work already. It's going to get a lot tougher. This will be a tough program to implement on short notice. It may be wildly successful and attract thousands of kids. It may not get properly noticed, and it may attract a few hundred. I think it's worth trying and just to see what happens and see if we can make a difference in dealing with some of the turmoil that could be going on. So I didn't find anything in the printed recommendations that I would disagree with in terms of eligibility, either for potential vendors or contractors, and in terms of eligibility for students who would be eligible.
Board Member McClellan, I think that's your hand going up.
Yes.
You're pulling it, Jane.
Thank you. Yeah, a little bit. I'm sitting in her seat, so there you go. It's my tradition. I hate to open the can of worms, but could this be used for transportation to wraparound service providers such as the Boys and Girls Club if that were necessary? Or is that just beyond the scope of what we can handle, given that the job is already probably pretty complex? I'm not trying to make it more complex. It was just a thought that occurred.
It's a really good question. And really timely and focused on students and families and what they might need.
I don't
We just
need an
talked about
answer
that.
right now, and my support is not contingent upon that, but it occurred to me that it would be a good thing to mention.
What is wraparound? I'm sorry.
Sure. So if a child in question, pardon me, had a, if a child in question that was using this service had a parent or both parents working, and they were not to be driven home at the end of the school day, but rather they needed to go to the Boys and Girls Club for after-school care. That's an example of good wraparound services that might be part of their lives right now, and that might be where they would need to go after school. I don't know.
Good idea if it could be done.
Yes.
There's just so many things that are floating around, and oh yeah, now that's a good idea. but we have to be tight about, do they qualify under ESSER funds, right? So, but even if they do, we have to be accountable to say where that money's going and be very specific. So the fact that we're dovetailing on top of what's already required by trying to get our own information with how the kids are doing once they do this, I think what you have there is really good, but what if something else comes up, you know? And I think either the school, or you have to make a decision on that. And there's going to be a lot of little things that come up, but as long as the school or whoever is, BOCES, whoever's asking for this, has those main points of the ESSER, make that very clear. Don't even call us unless it fits under these requirements. And then I think we're home free there.
I think I'm going to come back to the Denver question. It's just floating in my head. So Denver has 300 and some students already. They were the second largest number of students out of Adams 14 already. And we determined that they are not an impacted district when it comes to reorganization. But we do feel they're impacted enough here that they should be able to offer transportation because they are half of the district's boundary. I'm not understanding why we eliminated them in one and not the other.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Steve.
I think the answer is a legal one rather than a practical one, because of the Poundstone Amendment forbids the expansion of the boundaries of the city and county of Denver.
Right.
And therefore, they cannot, and there's certainly no reason to have a vote in Denver to expand, to do something they can't do absent a constitutional amendment. And so it's a different kind of impact. Or do they have students? Would they probably like to have the transportation dollars? Those things are possible, but they simply are not. They simply cannot participate legally in the full process because of the Poundstone Amendment.
I think that it says they can't grow. It doesn't say they cannot be a part of the process. I believe that is what the legal said the other day, that they could, if the plan is to, let's say, consolidate 2 districts up here and the other 3 are not incorporated, they're not touched, they're all voting on it anyway, correct? Did you catch what I just said?
Yeah, and I'm happy to speak to it if you'd like me to.
Please, yeah, thank you.
When we were conferring an executive session the other day, offering privileged legal advice, we did concede that it's open to a little bit of interpretation what the words affected by mean within the scope of the reorganization statute. The longer that I've had to think about it, now 2 days now instead of on the spot, I do think affected by in the context of that one statute can only be interpreted to mean boundary changes, affected by boundary changes.
But wouldn't they, since they draw population from the school district, a boundary change could mean they lose 300 kids?
But DPS's boundaries can't change unless the
Correct.
city's boundaries change.
Correct, I know. It's a very technical thing I'm asking here, but I think in the spirit of things, I'm just gonna, anyway, I'll just let it go, thank you.
When we can talk more about that issue, that's more the reorg issue. So, but this issue is more about the transportation issue, and I think we have determined that Denver does have, definite impact here on the transportation, and it is allowable to include them in the grant program. So I'm gonna I know we're all tired, so I'm gonna try to keep moving us. So we also, these are the recommended participating student requirements. Mr. Durham has suggested he doesn't have any additions or subtractions unless he hasn't read this one carefully.
No, I read it.
But others of you, or does this look like a good
Board
list?
Member Shuffle.
Yeah, do we need the eligible free and reduced lunch as one of the requirements? Only because it kind of stigmatizes kids who are on those buses. Do we need to have that?
Madam Chair.
I would rather not.
Board Member Shuffle, I think that is a very good question and something we've spent a lot of time thinking about. One of the, I did a good deal of research looking at what are the impacted populations when we're talking about usable funds, uses for ESSER. And one of the primary indicators was free and reduced lunch, or SES. and socioeconomic status. And when consulting with legal counsel, not necessarily this legal counsel, but Brustina Manasevit, who are specialize in the federal policy, they recommended that we look at essentially what is a preponderance of evidence, essentially of who is impacted by the pandemic. And so looking at the free and reduced lunch along with the students being in a low-performing school and in a historically low-performing district provides that type of preponderance of evidence of demonstrating the impact of the students, of the pandemic on the students' learning.
The only thing I would say is that if you don't have that as a requirement, you're going to end up with lots of kids. You will be serving the preponderance of students that do fall in that category. Since you're collecting PII anyway, you're going to know that. So to create the threshold up front, I just think it creates, I don't like the feeling of it. It feels stigmatizing to me. You're going to end up serving those kids anyway.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Dr. Sheffel. That is true. The last school I worked in, I had 5 kids that were not free and reduced lunch, so we just didn't mess with it. I would think that will happen here as well, because the district is well over 80%. Am I correct?
It's pretty close.
Free and reduced lunch. So I wonder if we have to, being the district is already so impacted, if we can't just assume that.
We, thank you, the Deputy Commissioner Volt. We can definitely look at seeing if there's an opportunity for us to look at community of impact and remove this indicator. Our previous kind of research had indicated that we would need kind of the preponderance of evidence, but we'll definitely look into it to see if that's a possibility.
Could you look at perhaps splitting the baby a little bit and saying that priority would be given to free and reduced lunch students? So that if there's a shortage of applicants, it's something to think about.
Potentially. Thank you.
Board Member McClellan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may not be very many students, but do we still have challenges with respect to either McKinney-Vento or Foster students who might not meet the date requirements but might really need this service? Could we write it in such a way as to allow enough flexibility that if there were a few foster kids who found themselves in this situation and needed the ride, that they don't miss it as a result of the dates of enrollment? Because I think we've got enrolled before pupil count date, and that wouldn't be in their control necessarily. Just a thought.
That if the board would like us to move in that direction, absolutely, we could remove that requirement.
I know there's been some legislation to try to help keep a consistent school district experience for foster kids in particular, but I don't know how often this might come up. But maybe it wouldn't add substantially to the costs. In any case, I think it probably would fit a profile of a student we would want to be providing for.
And Board Member McClellan, we have other programs and funding for McKinney-Vento and students in foster care for their transportation that doesn't have any of these limitations. It's in order to keep them in their home school if they choose to stay in their home school, if they're getting moved in placement because they're experiencing homelessness or in foster care. Okay. So we've got but we'll think about how these interact and make sure we're serving those students well and that they've got.
So they'd still be covered even if they came in after the enrollment date requirement.
They're already covered.
They're already covered in terms of being able to stay at their home school. So I'll think through what you're saying about if they want to transfer and how that because I see what you're saying about the timing of when they might have been.
Because otherwise, through no fault of their own, they could get trapped at the lower performing school when in fact they might just as much have wanted to go to that other opportunity.
Okay, we'll look into that.
So colleagues, let's think about where we are. The legislative session has completed and we are certain now that there are no statutory changes happening anymore. I'd suggest that we think about pulling the rulemaking hearing for transportation resources for students in low-performing schools program 1 CCR 301-114, i.e. the one we were trying to get funding for.
Do you need a motion for that?
I need a motion for that.
So moved.
So we won't try to write rules for something for which we have no funding. Do I have a second? Second. Would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Skarsgård.
Yes.
Board Member Esser.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. And then I think we need to, I don't think we need a motion, but we need to give support to the commissioner to continue the grant program effort, et cetera. Colleagues, where are we?
Please proceed.
No, you're not, okay. All right.
Madam Chair, can I just clarify that you all are comfortable with, on slides 12 and 13, the eligible applicants being the local education providers and the nonprofits, and then the eligibility requirements on slide 13 for students, but we will look into FRL and see if we can do some community eligibility or there's some other option there. And we'll see what we can, if we need to do anything and make sure our students in foster care, students experiencing homelessness, if we need to do any, make sure that they're covered and based on their life circumstances. Okay. Anything else you all want us to consider or make sure we cover? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very
for
much.
sticking with us
Is
on
it
this.
safe for me to suggest, think about adjourning until June 8th in Estes Park? Thank you so much for your hard, I bet this has been a scramble. So thanks to all of you for working on this. And so we're not actually adjourned because the commissioner just came back.
Okay, long 3-day board meeting. This is Ms. Tollison's last board meeting with us. We are so sad to see you go. You have been such an amazing support and team member for us, and you know, I hope we don't ever see you on that side in the other way, or else we're gonna put that picture up, which is a really cute picture, and then you're gonna have to be nice to all of us. We wish you well, and on behalf of the board and myself and this executive team and staff, here are some flowers for you.
Those are spectacular. You all have made me a better lawyer. You've challenged me, you've turned my hair gray. And, so. And I look at it, that's all there is. Okay.
And this is also a card and
Oh,
everything.
thank you so much.
Pictures of your height.
I absolutely will, and you can be sure to include them in your next board report.
That'd be great.
What if we show up for a board meeting in Jeffco?
Yeah. Sounds good. I think I've got my first one on my third day, so.
Your first board, we can ask
It's on June 2nd,
Public
yeah.
participation, how about we speak it?
Be nice to me.
And there is some cake and cupcakes in the back. Please, everybody, staff included, please come get some.
Sorry,
I understand. Yes.
Grab it over there, okay, real fast.
Good. Will we see him at the